just getting out of the planet is its own actual curse. I spent more time wrestling with the fact and disconnect just trying to get out of my home world to go into space just because of the server acting erratically. And that's effectively something the community said was pretty unavoidable. Until, of course, Cloud Imperium touches upon one of the holy grails of technology that they've been wanting. And since last year I covered upon it, just now they're finally starting to test it out. And what is it? It's server meshing. So according to Star Citizen, server meshing is a technology that allows several servers to connect together and work seamlessly as if they were a single large server. So much like a lot of your favorite MMO games, you know, typically you'll hear about realms or servers where people play on different parts. In Star Citizen, the way that the server is supposed to work is if you have basically different cities and systems in the galaxy, they are all effectively different servers that you can effectively touch. But the moment you fly through portions of space, the game will dynamically move players from one server to another server, and because of the server meshing system, no one should have any idea that this is happening dynamically. In theory, it's one of the coolest things out there. And when we talk about dynamic server meshing, where servers can allocate and adjust load, so if you have 2,000 people connecting into like one city at any given moment, it can supposedly function. Now, this is technology that's so cool that if Star Citizen Cloud Imperium pulls it off, it's actually more impressive than the fucking game itself. It would actually revolutionize how many other MMOs are treated right now. Imagine having Grand Theft Auto 6 dynamically modify itself by allowing thousands of players driving around Vice City together or flying to other parts of the map treated as different servers. Instead of having a 32-player lobby, you could have hundreds of players realistically providing chaotic experiences in one location. Something that might be possible through like third-party modifications, but this would be something that would literally change the game for any other MMO out there. And in the last couple days, 2 weeks ago, one video I found of this happening where servers were effectively dying was a situation where this account, 10pound42, talked about this, showed it happening, and it wasn't exactly all that great. This is where, again, Star Citizen was testing its features out by completely destroying the servers out there. And again, server meshing, if it can be achieved, would be some of the coolest tech out there. But it's not achieved. And it's something that's still fucking vaporware until today, or until... One of the actual posts that I saw was the game still feels like pre-alpha. It's amazing how the most funded project of our time still feels like a lobby game and janky as shit. You know, if you actually look into the history of like Chris Roberts and developing any video game, you'll find out that money mismanagement actually goes pretty much throughout most of this guy's career.
Hey,
So
working on
like Chris Roberts' history. One of the interesting things
synthesis target.
Things that I didn't
How you
know
doing?
until I was researching this video was
Let me pause my video
Chris
too.
Roberts and like actually making
Listening to stuff about Star Citizen.
No.
There was a Star Con or something like that recently, apparently.
Yeah,
And
last.
like 10 days ago or something like that, according to the video. And Mudahar is talking about various things about the game, kind of thing. Like they're supposed to be putting in server meshing.
Yeah.
And that they've made 750 million in like, you know, the Patreon or whatever, not Patreon, but you know, people being like Kickstarter or whatever. But they also spend about 100 million a year. That money that they made from that original whatever in the 750 million is should be spent, but they also make like a decent amount of money from people just buying ships in game because they post their financials. So they're doing pretty well. For a game that's not out.
Out.
Yeah, it's still an alpha. He's like, he doesn't expect the game to release until like 2030.
Me, I think they should have went with not like get everything finished game. Yeah, I think.
You're cutting in and out a little bit, and you kind of didn't finish the previous sentence because you cut out.
Hang on. I've noticed my computer's been a little weird lately.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
That last one was fine. I may have lost the sauce on this guy. Oh, there he's this way. Nox is disgusting sounding. I want a maybe I should go get A and then come back. I want a companion ribbon for the Verglass.
Mm.
And I don't want to buy one for 400 platinum.
Oh.
Yeah, they're like average price is like 300 and like 350. And I'm like, fuck that. I'll just go spend some time with Samaris. He's a jerk, but you know, whatever. I'll just hunt him some people, and about every other day I can buy another companion ribbon. And it's pretty quick and easy to cap out your, you know, rep was I'm in a Steel Path mission getting 500-ish, okay, 400-ish a person.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start.
And then it's like 3,000 for the actual target itself, something like that. I was promoting your spy build yesterday, the day before yesterday.
My spy build?
Yeah, this one that I'm on right now. Ivara with the Paris specificity, whatever.
Oh, yeah, the auto hack.
Yeah, the auto hack thing. I was running around doing this, and I was letting somebody know, oh yeah, I get this build from Old Man.
Well, it's not even really a build. It is literally just Ivara with auto hack.
Well, I mean
yeah, super
it's a little bit
build.
It's a little bit more. Okay, so it's Ivara with Infiltrator, you know, so that you get to the...
Because everybody that's saying that builds Ivara puts Infiltrator on her. It's, I just kind of looked at it there. Man, it'd be really nice for, like, sortie mission you get, oh, wait. Yeah, super complicated build.
I didn't think of it, you know, I didn't do it. And then I'm like, that's a pretty good, and yeah, that's, hey. So I will give credit to where credit is due, you know? Like, I get this build from Old Man. Until I get hit on the head with a coconut and forget who you are, you know? And I'll be like, yeah, totally my build now. I don't know where I get this from. Till that day comes. Ooh, he's nearby. There he is.
So you may perform the synthesis I require.
Give me your photos. Thank you.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Did I just crash already?
Good. I have received the synthesis. You are
What game you playing?
Star Citizen.
There must be a Nox over here.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
I'm taking a picture of all these guys. Yeah, I've taken a picture of every enemy on this map.
Well, because the game doesn't spawn new enemies. They just remember they like to pull them from behind ahead of you.
Yep, unless they're fighting. Yeah, I should get a couple more here with these sensors.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
There we go. Got a couple more.
Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Ooh, there's one. Like the new mod for my Oxalis. Causes him to break containers every second or so, something like that, in the area.
You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
He's constantly feeding me little things in the area. I think it even teleports the shit from the containers to you.
serve you well.
$31. Oh wow, I almost did my daily cap from that one mission. Yeah, 1,800. I can probably just get that on a random mission. Capture. That ought to work.
Your enemies have grown fierce. You all that you have learned.
Dang it. Quit jumping. Oh, goodness.
The capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive.
Alright, that's all my affinity for the day.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Movies out of like this video game. The reason why Squadron 42 just involves pretty much all these big actors and these crazy cinematic experiences. This man is like Hideo Kojima. He just wants to be a filmmaker. Except Hideo Kojima has a whole bunch of successful video games under his belt, while Chris Robert does have successful video games under their belt. There's also a severe amount of mismanagement of money. So according to this one scenario, after Microsoft had basically given him the boot out of one of his company's digital anvil, he basically ended up finding a company known as Point of No Returns, where they wanted to produce movies, various television shows, and various video games. But guess what? No actual project came out of Point of No Returns. Then, of course, Robert founds this like Ascendant Pictures company in 2002 and actually becomes a real producer for big movies. Okay, movies like Lord of War, Outlander, Lucky Number 11. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Who's Your Caddy, I immediately realized to myself, we are cooked as a society. Now, the funny thing about these like movies is if you actually look into like how they were filmed, they were apparently entirely financed by the government of Germany because of a tax loophole that effectively had closed in 2006. So as one article touches upon it too, that apparently the new Minister of Finance in Germany wanted to eliminate the part of the tax code that allows German investors in media funds to defer their taxes. The rationale for such government subsidies was that local filmmakers could not survive without them. Since the 70s, the American studios, with their enormous marketing muscle and their abilities to send stars to foreign openings, largely succeeded in local European films with their own. So in order to combat the possibility of American movies just completely overshadowing European stuff, Hollywood studios, though they lack their own government tax relief, managed to join the party by having many of their films assume the identity of foreign co-productions. The studios definitely more film productions so they can legally qualify as German or English. The art of the deal comes in fully retaining both the control and the profits for themselves, which is why German tax shelter deals prove especially appealing. Yeah, never leave it to any company who does not know how to abuse a tax loophole. And of course, once this absolute golden goose dried up, this pretty much marked the end for Chris Roberts' film endeavor. And of course, at that moment in time, 2011 came around, and that's where we're at now, ladies and gentlemen. Star Citizen is still being released at some point. Now, even looking into the history of Chris Roberts' game development, one of the games that I wanted to play for this video was something known as Freelancer, and it's a game that I absolutely enjoy playing, probably one of the best space exploration games out there. And before I continue, I want to remind people that it's not just a beloved game for its time, it's still a game with a very active modding community to this day, an active roleplay community, and of course it's got several mods that completely expand and blow the scope of what the actual core game provides. It's seriously an example of the modding community breathing so much life into a video game that people will still play it in the year 2024, despite this game being literally older than a whole chunk of the Yakuza City. So when you look into the history of Chris Roberts developing a video game over at over Freelancer, one of the things that even back in the day in 2000 when discussed with IGN, they basically kind of chalk it up to the idea that, yeah, this is just an ambitious title. And it was a very ambitious title. Ambitious enough to the point where Chris had actually started running out of money to run this project. So when asked in an interview with GameSpot, Chris Roberts, or GameSpot, asked, does this mean that Digital Anvil was ever at the risk of running out of money? Was this acquisition necessitated by the need of funding? And the acquisition they're talking about was the Microsoft acquisition. So Chris Roberts said, partly, whenever something runs later, it needs more funding. Being part of Microsoft made that issue less of a problem. Because once you have one of the largest tech companies bankrolling you, you should be able to get your projects out. Now, of course, Microsoft ended up acquiring Digital Anvil, and the press release from December 5th, 2000 pretty much kind of talks about it. And of course, towards the tail end of it, Chris Roberts ended up getting out of this whole situation. In fact, one of the fan sites for Wing Commander, one of Chris Roberts' games, in their CIC, they kind of talk about the situation, and towards the tail end, they talk about Microsoft has taken over Digital Anvil, and this is going to be the best thing that could happen. More money for Freelancer, and so on and so forth. Excuse me while I discard the tattered remains of my faith. We were duped. We wanted to believe, and we were duped. Of course, if you go down, this is when it gets really cult-like, okay? Specifically, I wonder why the fans of Freelancer are taking this so well. What exactly are you people fans of? The game does not exist! Oh yeah, I know a game that doesn't exist. The reason I concede to declare it the greatest game in the history of mankind is the fact that Chris Roberts is helming it! Without him, what are you fans of? EA fired Richard Garriott, and no one seemed to care. Now Microsoft has fired Chris Roberts, and one slick press release later, everything's just fine again. Don't let it end this way. Thanks to Microsoft's press department, we now know that Chris Roberts is leaving due to creative differences. Yeah, it really came down to the fact that the game, Freelancer, was pretty much sitting in the same place Star Citizen is right now, which is what we call scope creep. You know, the idea of the game never ending. Chris is a perfectionist. He wants shit to come out in this entire simulation of Earth. And if you're a business person, if you're running projects, you just want the game to come out. You want there to be a solid goal, a solid release. And ultimately, Microsoft says, look, we're not just going to burn money, okay? We're not going to be fucking making this into Concord. We're not going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on this IP. It's got to ship at some point. And of course, that ended up being one of the best space games to the point that people, to this day, still play it. And of course, it kind of hurts when I look at Freelancer 2 gameplay at some point down the road that never ended up coming out. But yeah, to this day, that Nebula tech demo for Freelancer 2 still blows me away, even though I'll never end up getting to play it. What's also really funny about scope creep when we talk about it in the realm of Star Citizen is one of their stretch goals, literally back in the day, was kind of hinting towards VR. So the Hangar module will feature Oculus Rift support, and this is back when $12 million was cheap. Now, according to the actual people at Star Citizen, that Hangar module did in fact have support for the Oculus Rift. So if you decided to slap on one of these, this is a quest, but if you slapped on one of these headsets, you too could see your ship in glorious virtual reality. But what about the rest of the game? So at some point in 2016, Star Citizen was focusing on virtual reality. And of course, the story then ended up becoming, later on, where Star Citizen, down the road in 2018, said it will still get VR support. Didn't end up getting virtual reality support whatsoever.
For that, I know people always ask about VR, but on the VR front, the game is very much built to be VR friendly because like almost all the UI is diegetic, and the stuff that isn't, we're putting more into being diegetic, and we want to improve the whole diegetic feel.
As you conquer the foe,
our biggest fallback on VR is really just we're still doing so much base level refactoring. The engine, the renderer will be starting on sort of the Warframe DX12 kind of refactor as well, and we're doing so much optimization that we sort of feel like
when you talk about optimization, I've yet to fucking see it. Playing this game in multiple different graphic APIs, whether it be Vulkan or DirectX 12, does not provide any better experience. My experience with Vulkan is just facing a big giant crash. Now, again, to note disrespect over here, obviously adding virtual reality is something that if you were to be any form of honest to yourself, you probably wouldn't be seeing it. And I mean, at least for like a while, you wouldn't be seeing it. Even in 2020, when a junior engineer came up and told people, listen, implementing VR into the rendering itself isn't a big deal. But as others have pointed out, it's having support from the game itself in terms of gameplay. So look, at the end of the day, if you're expecting virtual reality in this project, it's probably not going to come until the game actually releases. This is a prime example that I picked out to show you when scope creep becomes a problem. We haven't gotten the game out, and we're already thinking about how do we have a VR gaming experience added on. It's not that you can have VR, it's that you should have a final project before you even consider adding in all of this extra functionality. And again, this is a game that still is going through several re-optimizations, changes to graphic APIs. It is an insane level of development for this one title. I mean, this is an indie game that has made so much money that it might just end up being as the same as any AAA development you've ever seen. The budget for Star Citizen alone is facing that of serious AAA titles out there. It's probably surpassed even other Grand Theft Auto games. And honestly, at the amount of money they keep generating, it might be a game that costs as much to develop as games like Red Dead Redemption 2 or even Grand Theft Auto 6. And you might be like, well, Muda, those games have, those franchises like Grand Theft Auto also have taken a long time to release the game. But the point is, Rockstar and Bethesda and plenty of these developers have actually released full functional games, and Cloud Imperium still hasn't released anything worth actually backing them over, at least in my personal opinion. So look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and be the biggest hater in the world, but one of the things and one of the reasons I brought up that VR stuff so important in this is if we go back to other space games, the other title, and this is No Man's Sky, by the way, and before we go into it, obviously Star Citizen is meant to be this space exploration, very realistic game where physics are represented in the most realistic fashion, and No Man's Sky is a more stylized, a much more casual way to do space exploration. But ultimately, this is a game that is actually completed. Now, obviously, we all remember when No Man's Sky dropped, the actual game was not supposed to be, the actual game wasn't, anywhere close to what people had hyped up, and what was even kind of discussed in the promotional material. And even if you look at some of the statements that Sean Murray had given before the game's release, he kind of gave vague answers that let people's imaginations go wild. So obviously, the company had two options. They could have literally ignored the game and moved on with their life, or they could have bunkered down and actually clawed back that goodwill, and they did. If you look at No Man's Sky, it's one of the most difficult games to actually review right now, and that's just because if you look at their patch history, the game has had several updates: the Foundation update, the Pathfinder update, the Atlas Rise update, the No Man's Sky Next. You've got things like the Abyss update. The game constantly provides new gameplay features and updates and actual advanced features that have changed the game from what it initially came out like literally years ago to something that is completely unrecognizable right now. Buying this game on a physical disc means that you purchase a game that has already been outdated by like at least 2 expansions when it actually ships to your house. This is a game that gets updated that much entirely for free. As we speak, the game, I believe, is actually on sale, and it comes with its own actual expeditions, which are actual like experiences where you can go on and play with new gameplay features and get new rewards. But here's an interesting part about No Man's Sky. It's not a game that had all these features day one. Even if you go to virtual reality, No Man's Sky, well after its release date, has a fully functional virtual reality mode completely built in for free that you can play right now. So scope creep is one of those things that I think a lot of games can fall into that rabbit hole for, but because they actually released a full functional product that is locally running on people's devices, by the way, meaning that you can play this on your Steam Deck, your PC, even all the way down offline on your Nintendo Switch, and get a pretty comparable experience to everything. But because the game actually released, a lot of these features ended up being added as part of a development roadmap that Hello Games has been hitting. Now, am I going to pre-order their next big game? No. But I am excited to see where they're going to go because they've proven that their technology and their rendering and their engine actually is completed, and these people have released a game. It's interesting that an indie title came out of nowhere, an indie company, and actually released a fully functional, beloved game before Cloud Imperium could even actually finish their one initial hype title. A title that was announced long before No Man's Sky. And it's not even just No Man's Sky that becomes that game. Like I said, Freelancer is an absolutely brilliant game you can play right now. There's other games like Star Sector that literally have been developed by like 3 or 4 people that while it visually may not look great, the amount of actual interactability in this game rivals that of many AAA titles. I mean, seriously, that game puts AAA developers to fucking shame with how in-depth you can go. And I can bring up a whole bunch of other space games that go into empire building and whatnot. But I'm just going to keep this relegated to space exploration stuff, like Star Citizen. You know, there's one thing to start this video off with. The amount of money that Star Citizen has made in the last, year has really shown that there is a serious market, ladies and gentlemen, for space exploration games. One of the first videos that I kind of showed on screen when I started my channel was this one video called Infinity Pre-Alpha Tech Demo, uploaded 14 years ago.
Ooh, 2 billion.
This video is to this day, still visually, it blows me away. Now, I love space exploration. And one of the things that I keep kind of telling myself is I was born too late to explore the oceans, but born too early to explore the stars. And that's one of the reasons why I play these space exploration games. At some point, humanity will be space faring. But for now, for at least us, sitting here in our preview world, we can only experience that level of science fiction through our computers and video games and simulations. A game like Star Citizen is something that is the dream, the final
2.1.
singularity for gamers like me who love space exploration. Which is why I think to some extent that people are willing to drink the Kool-Aid in this call. Because this game probably would have been called a scam had people not been able to play some alpha version of it. But the thing is, we can. We have alpha versions. And some of the stuff is there, and it's promising. But honestly, with the development and mismanagement over at Cloud Imperium Games, it's becoming hard and hard not to be a jaded person following this project. I really do wish that by 2026 I will be playing something like Star Citizen, but there was one comment left on my last video that I want to end the note on. I want to end this entire video on, and I think it's a comment that pretty much hits me right at the point of this whole video. One user by the name of Aiden Nansu said, "I'm going to leave my Star Citizen account in my will, and hope my grandkids will finally see the game released." And honestly, I agree. I really think that's where it's going to end up with. I don't know if I'll ever be able to play Star Citizen in my lifetime, but I hope to God that my grandchildren probably at one point will get to explore Star Citizen and play it while they're taking off on their actual shuttles to space. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of Holy Shit, I Am Coping. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it, dislike it.
It's been another episode of Holy Shit, I'm Coping. Assault.
Everything in orders?
I don't have to work. Does it Mick or Ray? Mick. So Mick, is that the TV set in the background? Don't know how much you want people to hear you there, Mick. Which direction is this? I guess it's over here.
take out that galleon. This is the command center. You'll need to locate all 3 of the telemetry keys.
I got a telemetry key.
You found a key. Take it to the console. That's the first key. Good. One more to go. That's it. We have triangulation. Protect the console while I reprogram the cannon's telemetry. Done. The cannon's telemetry has been reconfigured. Return to the cannon and pull the trigger. Direct hit. The galleon has been
I have no clue where Misery is.
the telemetry system and make sure the cannon stays silent. The targeting mechanism is out of commission. The cannon is useless now.
I'm guessing he's this way with McDog.
Before trying to use this weapon again.
I was right. Good dog.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
Okay. Mobile defense. What frame? Murder. Hadn't played Zaren in a while. Real.
You found a terminal. Pop the data mass in there and defend it. Okay, scrubbing the system.
Pretty good. Oh, hi there, Aiden. Hope they're still there. I don't have timestamps for YouTube. And this won't pick it up, so wait. Nah, it was a while ago. They're not there anymore.
Operator, Ordis is picking up a distress signal.
Hmm. Okay.
balance of power continues to shift. Navigation is marked with new invasions.
Excavation. So I should just go vaping. That'll work. Let's go.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. Excavator destroyed.
And we out. 19,000% accuracy. Oh yeah. So accurate.
Orders went mad for 3 milliseconds when he realized that each time he cleans something, he makes something else dirty. Ah, there I go again.
Hmm. as I say anything, you'll interrupt. Here's your later. What's a female version? My levels have gotten areas.
Sorry, I'm dealing with the wife on edge. She's at the last minute, ready for Halloween. No plan to pre-prep or anything. She's dealing with all the problems with it. Unprepared.
Shoot. Okay. I'll update and restart. Doggo. Just go out the side door, Shy.
petty today because a CEO asked me to investigate him after he accused Reddit of defaming him. And so I looked into it. I don't remove Reddit posts, but I did think they had some points. So the CEO says, okay, great, well, let's have an interview. I say, fine. We planned it for Monday. Then on Monday, they dodged me, and they tried to get me to sign this insane legal agreement that would have prevented me from asking hard questions. Now, as a result, I openly talked about this on Reddit, where here's the agreement right here. They would have set the title. They would have set what I could say about them. And if I had done it and if I had signed it, I wouldn't have been able to talk about them, or they're called Plutus, for 3 years after our interview. And it had to all be positive or neutral. Like, I couldn't ask hard questions. So, of course, the interview was dead. I was about to report on it when the next day, the update is that they go, okay, wait. No, actually, we are going to do the interview. But now you have to do it on our terms. You have to come on our platform on X. They're going to do an X space. I thought this was stupid. I wanted to do a live stream on YouTube. They said no. We have to do it on X for some reason. I got up there, whatever. I'll just ask my questions. And so here's kind of how that went. Last thing before we start, I mentioned this example of their own clue rewards calculator. I went to go check and make sure this is all right. I put in a 50,000 clue stack. Just to be accurate, I say it's 500,000. Actually, they're promising 215,000 clue after year 5. I think I was calculating to year 10 or something. So I just wanted to make that correction. When I say 500,000, it's actually 200,000. They're still promising to 4x your money, or 4x your clue stack in 5 years, but I wanted to be accurate about that before we get into this, because that's a thing we talk about a lot. Doesn't change the unsustainability of this, but I did want to be accurate there. Okay, here it is. How do you plan to make this sustainable? This is my number one question. How is this not a Ponzi scheme, given that you offer such outrageous returns?
I love the energy and the kind of, concern that you raised. If you had followed me for a while, or in my previous AMAs, this is one of the issues we've been trying to fix for the last months. I mean, since the DA, which was announced in 2022, right, at the end of that year. When we built the tokenized system back in 2015, it was designed to be built for a very restrictive model, which was only up to 3%. However, as time went on, we faced competition, and as a result of that, we adjusted our tokenomics and created these reward levels. And due to lack of tangible utilities and having redemption access, over time, we were aware that that is creating unsustainability. So we were very open about this. I mean, it's not been a secret, and I've written another white paper recently to be able to fix this issue, because our goal is to create a timeless system. And I'm aware, I've even said this before, with one of our consultants, Sean, the way the system has been working up to now, over the last years, is built on sand. I'm not shying away from that, which is why we went through the whole vote, asked the community to support that, which 67% people did, and we're now building that system. I mean, we want to create a system which is timeless, and what we have at the moment is not, but we want to do it in a way where we can still offer up to 9 or 10% and make it timeless. And how we do that? If you're in Suntech, I think you'll be really pleased to know that we've created a very unique system, because we have the historical data where we know what the transactions have been on chain. So with the new tokenomics that are coming, we're building a system called Fuel. And Fuel collects transactions from wallet transfers on between wallet A and wallet B on chain, and transactions on DEX. So from the data that we have historically, we know that up to 10 years, 100% of the CRY, which is what you checked, is 100% self-sustainable, and up to 50% of the rewards are self-funded as well. And then one more thing, with the EY's report recently, they've given a value of £7.90 as a token emission value at at which point there will be no new tokens need to be minted. So all the rewards that we ever issue, no matter how much it is, up to the 10% that we've created in the model, will be all 100% self-sustainable. Now you can say, oh, that is a lie, but we have data and we have regulated third parties providing that validation. So
great. So I want to address 2 points. So you say your original system was built on sand. That's a brave admission, and that's why you built the new white paper. But the new white paper is where you introduce some of the higher rewards. You didn't pull back. You said it's unsustainable, but rather than pull back and offer less, you actually offered more, which is part of what your rewards calculator says. It says, look how much more you're going to get in our new system, which doesn't make sense if you're building for sustainability. Secondly, the E&Y report is the most absurd thing I've seen. Finally, I got a full copy of it, so I took a look at it. And what I saw was that E&Y made the absurd assumption that nobody would sell, swap, or otherwise use the token as it is meant to be used. So yes, is it sustainable if no one ever uses Clue tokens? Yeah. Any reward system, you could offer infinite rewards, and it would, in theory, be a sustainable model because there's no actual economic use. So the problem is that when you actually ask people what do they want to do with a cashback card or a rewards card, well, go figure. They want to use it for rewards. You cannot generate 10% cashback returns and 10% CRY based on what? A $20 a month subscription? It doesn't make sense. It's unsustainable, regardless of what a consultant with bad assumptions would say.
No, I think you're going on the bandwagon here. So you said a few things there. I forgot to take notes, but I think your rant is basically based on misconceptions of what you're reading online. So it's the 10% CRY doesn't come from a subscription fee. It comes from something called fuel. When person A transfers Clue that they've earned from wallet A to wallet B on chain, there's a tax up to 5% is charged on that transaction. And that transaction allows us to be able to issue rewards without being able to create new tokens. So, I mean, you can argue that in any way, but those are the facts that we feel. I know that doesn't mean it's
tax on transfers, but
financial model that we've created and kind of gone through it for over months and validated by regulated third parties. And now
it doesn't make that siphons.
I'm not getting it from online. I'm not getting it from online sources. I'm reading directly from your sources. So yeah. I am reading your papers. I am reading what you have released. I've seen the 5% tax, but that does not justify a CRY where I'm going to get 5x of 10% on year 5. Because what doesn't make sense is, let's say I have 50,000 Clue, and I go over 5 years. I've earned 500,000 Clue. How does that make sense?
Okay, you can say that because you make an assumption and you haven't gone through the financial model. I mean, if you're willing to sign an NDA, I can give you access to the system.
No, I've used your financial model. You have a rewards calculator on your page.
Yeah, but that's not a financial model. That's a calculator which shows what you can earn. As a financial model is something different. If you've got any economics experience, you will know that financial model kind of creates a model of what a system will look like at scale over the course of 10, 20, 30 years and so on, right? Which is what we've created. And it's very technical and it's very in-depth. I would love to show it to you.
Dan, you're hiding behind this. Use common sense with me for a second. No, you are hiding behind it. You're hiding behind consultants with bad assumptions, and you're hiding behind a model that I have to sign an NDA to see. Do you understand how that's kind of a little silly?
Wait, look, again, you're very presumptuous, man. Like, I think you're actually, the way you approach stuff, I'm sorry to say, no offense for being intended, your approach is more troll than journalistic. So I'm happy to answer your question. So if you want access to that, you don't have to sign an NDA to look at the report, right? So financial model is something personal, which is not public for public view. If you want access to that, if you're that concerned and genuinely concerned, I would love to give you access to that right now. But I don't think you're genuinely concerned. It's more
do I have to sign an NDA to see your financial model?
Wait, you don't know much about us, or you never heard about Cruises up to about 2 days ago, but you're making all these kind of assumptions based on the information that
is available.
Based on your data, I'm looking at your. All
right, look, it seems like you're a very argumentative kind of person. I'm not going to do that. let me say clearly. The data is different from the calculator. Calculator shows what you earn.
The data is different from what we actually do, is what you're saying.
Third parties and audit it in our report. But if anyone wants deep access to it, because I want someone like you, happy to do so, which you can verify.
It works differently on the back end than what we tell you it does.
We don't hide behind, tough questions. Welcome that. But what is not fair is making presumptuous accusations and so on without even having all the facts clear. So I'm happy that you actually joined, so I can kind of give you all the insights. So maybe by the end of it, you can publicly apologize for the recent actions.
Well, I don't understand what I would publicly apologize for. What you guys have done is not answer the basic questions I'm asking, which is, let me repeat it. Let me just repeat it. I let you talk, so let me just get my point out. My point out is, if I use your calculator and I'm just a guy using Plu, let me just analogize this to rewards, because your closest similarity is like a credit card rewards program, okay? If I look at a credit card, their business model makes sense. What is their business model? They give me about 1 to 3% cash back, and they generate that revenue from some real economic activity. What does that mean? They have transaction fees of about 3%, and then they charge interest as well on unpaid back balances. And then they also have subscription fees, okay? When we look at Plutus, it is a debit card. It doesn't have those high transaction fees. It also doesn't charge interest, high levels of interest on people's remaining balances. The only thing you're similar in is you have a subscription model. But you claim to be offering over 3 times the rewards of these credit cards. So when I'm looking at credit cards, I understand their financial model. I understand how they make money, right? I understand how their transactions can generate the kind of cash back they're doing. When I look at your model, which offers 10% in rewards back, I'm looking at this and I'm going, where is the real economic activity that is being generated to not make this a Ponzi scheme, right? To allow people to withdraw properly. And it doesn't make sense. And you're saying, oh, you got to look at this financial model. No, just explain it. I can explain a credit card model in 5 seconds. Explain your model of how you make money back for this that doesn't include you just selling the same tokens you're giving to people.
I love the passion and great question. See, what you bring with the credit cards is different. It's a credit card. They earn their revenue based on the interest they charge, and they give that back recycle that back as a commission or as a cashback, right? Our system isn't a cashback. So if you really understood it and compare it to credit card or all the cashback, you will realize it is unique and a groundbreaking system that we've built. Why? Let me explain. So it doesn't cost us anything to issue rewards. We create these tokens through ERC20 or whatever the network we will decide to go on to next. So we create these tokens in order to, and it belongs to us, Plutus. So we use that to issue rewards to customers. Now, we have to provide them with tangible use cases for them to use those tokens within the app. So now, in the past, we kind of handled all the transaction fees, and it cost us up to 5 million, I'll be honest. So it wasn't very sustainable, because in the past when we did that, when we offered these high rates, we ended up in a situation where it ended up costing us a lot of money. And so we learned from that mistake, and we decided to really build this in a proper way. So which is why there's been no decks for over a year. We wanted to release that a lot earlier, and we decided, no, it's not the right time, because, we have to do things right. So let it be slow, people will get upset, but let's build the right thing. So now, the way we make money is, first, we earn a revenue from subscriptions, which, although there's a lot of kind of discontent in the social media, but numbers haven't changed. We have had no churn. So that kind of goes to show that nobody wants to use the platform, because it is amazing, it is lucrative and one of a kind. And we also have Visa transaction fees, which is another way of earning money. And then when it comes to perks, so most of the perks don't cost us, not the perks, the utilities that we're offering doesn't really cost us. It earns us revenue, because it allows swaps to happen, and we have a margin on every swap with the provider, for example, air miles or gift card providers.
Can you explain how you make money from perks? I'd love to hear about that.
Not the perks, I mean the utilities. But some of the perks we do make money from. For example, Curve is one of our partners, right? We have a revenue sharing deal with him that is, spans for multiple years, and it goes up to 6 or 7 figures, in a year, depending on volume. So, we have partnerships like that earns us revenue. So
Hey there, Snow Wolf.
Token has never been our business.
Sorry, I don't get any alerts when I get a message from
And we wouldn't be in a situation where
YouTube. Hope you hadn't been there long.
I mean, you know very well. So most of the people who are doing anything wrong within this industry go up really fast.
Like 12 minutes. Shit.
And as founders, personally, being my co-founder, we are broke. Why? Because the idea is to build something.
I don't have anything that lets me know.
In legacy, do the right things. Which is why I was kind of reluctant in the end to come on your YouTube channel, because the team was concerned that nobody wants to be put in the same basket as Logan Paul and Andrew Tate. That's not good for reputation. Which is why I wanted to kind of speak to you first to kind of understand your approach.
If I could get an alert from this, I would.
Answer all the tough questions, but I also don't want to be, put myself or the company in a situation where, the damages, can't be fixed. So I hope you understand that. Anyway, I'm sure you have more questions.
Yeah, I do. So you said the tokens don't cost money, but ultimately, if you are promising people some kind of economic value, because there is ultimately a promise at the end of the day, if people thought these tokens weren't worth anything, number one, they wouldn't be in the program, and number two, you couldn't even calculate a rewards back. You're calculating based on price. So at the end of the day, they actually do cost money. You can kind of say, oh, we're minting tokens, but ultimately there has to be a value to these things. You're in fact promising value of these things with miles, different gift cards, stuff like that. So my question remains unanswered. You said, okay, I have subscriptions. Great. That's not going to cover it. You say I have some Visa card fees. That's fine, but it doesn't cover it. You yourself said you guys are in the hole and the old system wasn't working. But if you look at your new system, like I said, it's not actually promising less. It's not actually a more sustainable system at all. It's actually promising more, which puts you even more in a hole, which brings us to the increased strict withdrawal limits and questions around that. I think the question is, if you guys weren't in deep trouble, which I
wonder if I can test this.
Why are you limiting withdrawals so heavily? And you can talk about abuse, you can talk about this, you can talk about that, but the reality is, what do people want to do with a cashback card or a rewards card? They want to use it for rewards. That's it. And if that kind of behavior is going to be labeled as abusive, that's obviously a big problem. So I still haven't seen where the revenue's coming from. You've said, okay, a few things that maybe could get me to like 1 or 2% cashback. But as you know, that doesn't equal this outrageous 10% that you're promising.
I didn't do anything.
I have to ask, look, you're limiting withdrawal. If you guys weren't limiting withdrawals, if you guys weren't doing stuff like that, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The reality is, anytime someone who promises economic value and then limits withdrawals, that's where you hear me get brought up. It's a tale as old as time.
Okay, you're very passionate, man. I respect that, and I appreciate this because without you getting involved and kind of highlighting all the concerns that have usually been raised by kind of persona types that don't read through our content, which is fine. I am happy to answer that. So limiting withdrawals, we haven't really limited anybody's withdrawal as such. The whole system is still operating as we've always done. If you request a withdrawal at the moment, a payout request of the pure rewards that you've earned, it's within 24 hours at this point, right? So if you look at the blockchain data, there's payouts going through daily, which I've sent to you in the PDF, which I shared with you. So the only limitation is on a very small number of users. Keep in mind, around 800 or so users, which are the real cause of the issue, they're the ones who've been restricted. It's not everyone. I mean, we'll open the floor now to our customers. I'm sure many will vouch for this. The idea is not to penalize or kind of avoid that, sign of being in trouble. I think that's just very presumptuous. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here for 10 years going through three bear markets, right? And still being self-funded and still creating features. I mean, the kind of achievements that we've had in comparison to companies who've raised 10 times more, I think it's all also evident. So the part of limiting withdrawals is untrue. That's still happening. And when you say about how do we provide the value comes from the amount. Even in the 2015 white paper, it said there's an emission value comes from whatever the people demand value the token as, right? So that's the intrinsic value of the token. So intrinsic value of the token is very different from extrinsic value, which is controlled by narrative and demand. And as you see, even though Plu itself is one of the very unique tokens with a day-to-day use case, it's been affected by narrative, so that controls the extrinsic value. So for me, you can claim anything, but we know that how the system is built. A, it doesn't cost us to create the tokens. B, we earn a revenue from issuing rewards through our utility redemptions, right? So it's not a bold claim, but you can not understand that and try to accuse me of whatever you want for views, but it'd be worth for you to
I'm not trying to accuse you for views. I'm genuinely not understanding how you're earning revenue
from redeeming the utility of people's cashback rewards. It's like an airline rewards card saying we earn money when we pay out rewards.
Great question. Okay, cool, I got it. So, for example, with air miles, we get it for a certain value, and then we offer it to customers for a certain redemption value. And the Plu that we will get from that, we would give that to a liquidity provider with a very low premium because it doesn't cost us anything for the service. And then whatever is left from that, that's a revenue that we've made as part. It goes into our treasury. And that,
let's use a tangible value because we're kind of like abstract right now. So let's say I have one Plu token. How many pounds is that worth for an airline redemption? I think you said 10 pounds, right?
One Plu is
on your white paper.
10 pound worth of value. Yes. So
okay, great. So let's use that example, right? So one Plu equals 10 pounds. Currently, I can buy, and we'll just stick with this very concrete example. And if you can answer it, I will be very impressed. One Plu token equals 10 pounds of redemption, but I can buy it on the open market for like £1.30 or £1.80 right now. So let's say I buy 50,000 Plu tokens. Let's say total 100,000 pounds all in. As I said, according to your rewards calculator, in 5 years, that would be now 588,000 Plu. That's according to your website. I'm using all of your numbers. So I have turned, so now let's see how much it would cost for you guys to cash that out. So how much do you redeem airline rewards for? So you're saying it's worth 10 pounds, but how much does it cost you?
Well, I'm very happy that you put your credibility in the line and going up this path. I mean, on this goose chase, but let me explain.
No, give me a value though. Give me a value. Let's just complete the analogy real quick because it's important. How much does it cost you guys? Because probably not 10 pounds, right?
No, it's lower, but I'll explain once you've done with your question.
Well, I'm just going to assume, let's just assume for a second that it costs you a fifth of the amount, which I think is too low, but that's fine. So from inputting 100,000 pounds into the system, I have earned $1 million in reward tokens it's cost you $1 million in order to redeem that. That doesn't make sense. It does not pass the sniff test. Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense where I'm coming from? It's a very simple example.
Makes sense, and I appreciate your concern, but let me explain. I think it was just the part that you missed earlier on. As I said, the way it's going to be built, first of all, you cannot use tokens that you've got externally. You cannot go to, like, for example, third-party exchange or whatever, buy a bunch of Plu and come and redeem it on the platform, especially with their utilities, because it was only designed for rewards earned within the app. And even the rewards that you earn within the app, let's say you're, on a 10% level and you earn 10,000 over the course of like a year or 2 years, even then, there will be limitations only in terms of gamification. For example, you cannot just go and get 10,000 pounds worth of gift vouchers in one go. We won't allow that. So there will be a progressive fee structure in place to make sure that the whole system remains sustainable while also being fair to customers to be able to redeem for normal use, right? So normal use will be cost effective, but if you're trying to game the system, like what you're trying to insinuate, you won't be able to do that because it will be just too costly for you to do that. And if you did do that, we will benefit from that. So
wait, hold on. I'm a little confused as to how you're benefiting from it, and I'm also confused as to how somebody buying tokens, staking them for 5 years and then wanting their money out of the system is gamifying the system. I mean, I would assume that the rewards are meant to be used in the end of the day, right? So why would you offer rewards that would produce in 5 years of holding a quote gamified thing? How is that gamified?
I don't know what you're saying, because what you just mentioned has nothing to do with how we work. I mean, first of all, we don't offer staking. Staking is something very centralized. We are non-custodial, so even if you do,
no, stacking is what you guys call it. I misspoke. Stacking.
Okay, yeah.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. Guys, can you please let each other talk and not fall into each other's words? Would be really appreciated. And obviously, the way I appreciate you is a little bit more calm. Calm conversational talk would be really appreciated. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I came here to speak passionately the way I think a lot of people have been wanting someone to talk to Daniel, not the way that, a ambassador or a moderator wants to speak, right? I'm asking hard questions. Daniel knew that I was going to be asking hard questions. I think this is what he was expecting. Go ahead, Daniel.
I welcome that, and to be honest, I mean, you're the right person to have this conversation with, because I don't think anyone's ever volunteered to come and speak to you like the way I have, and there's a reason for that, because when you haven't done anything wrong and you're trying to do the right things, there's no questions that you can be worried about, right? So my concern was only that we are presented in a fair way, and this is why I wanted to kind of hold this over expert. Man, carry on, please. What was your last question again?
So my question again, just to finish the example. By the way, the calculation I was assuming with it cost you guys $1 million, that does not include the initial plu. So your whole point is well taken about, okay, we're not going to let you use your initial plu. That doesn't matter. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just rewards. In 5 years, me putting $100,000 into your system is going to give me $1 million with zero spending on my part. That is with y'all's cost. If we actually calculate the actual value of the airlines, putting 100,000 in would actually give me $5 million of airline reward cards in 5 years. That does not pass the sniff test. That's what I'm telling you guys. And that is not some gamified thing. That's not some crazy scenario. Those are the rewards that you guys have on your white paper with your calculator. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, look, you're not wrong with your concern, because I understand where you're coming from, right? So I've been talking against all the APYs offered from Tether and Binance, all the BlockFi and all that kind of stuff for many years. Since 2018 was my first kind of post raised about Tether, right? So which is how I heard about you the first time in your 2021 post about Tether. So how they offer their CL APY is always built on free money minted by Paolo and sent over to exchanges or BlockFi, whoever the partners were. I mean, that's not a conspiracy anymore. It's now public knowledge. We understand that APY, the whole system feature, is very lucrative, but it has to be done.
I wonder how that's going to work.
So this is why we worked through the white paper and built a system called Fuel. Now I know it's very hard to kind of fathom that, these numbers are very high. Will there be enough volume? But yes, I mean, the on-chain transactions over the last 2 years were over 350 million. 5% of that is substantially enough rewards to be able to sustain what we currently emit for over a year or 2 years. Now, I'm not making that up. I'm only saying this out of confidence because of the data that we've built. Again, I can only say that I can give you access to kind of make you, if you really are genuinely concerned, I can really guide you through it. And I mean, we can even do this publicly. I mean, I can go through the compliance, but
Yeah, I want to make. Go ahead.
I'm with you on this concern. I understand where you're coming from. Is what you're trying to insinuate is exactly what we've tried not to create and build. And if we come into a situation where our predictions or were kind of too high, that we could have collect enough fuel to sustain that amount of emissions, we will adjust. But we will adjust. We've always adjusted with up to notice 3 months, 6 months, or over a year upfront. I mean, we went through we are a for-profit. We don't have, but we act more like a DAO. We just recently went through a whole voting and a municipal community AMAs. We don't have to do that, but we did. Because why? We want to continue building a relationship with our customers, but it doesn't mean, the reason we even here at this point, because what you don't understand, it's multiple past concessions that we've made which is why, you know, it's created that entitled mentality, which is now what we're trying to fix. I mean, look, I have responsibility to protect our customers who've been with us for a long time and who've kind of suffered from what's happened over the last year. And my team's hard work. I mean, most of the team members we have today have been with us for 5 or 6 years. I mean, there's a reason for that. You know, so I'm actually very glad that you've kind of, you know, giving us this exposure, because, you know, we don't have that kind of marketing budget, or we're not on the same kind of, we don't go to influencers and pay thousands of dollars to get promoted, right? So if we ever had influencers work with us in the past, it was more to do with because they were part of our customer base as well.
Okay, I really, really quickly want to address, I can't help myself. At the end there, you said you guys don't pay influencers. I talked to a former employee who said he was on the team that was paying influencers. So I don't know about that, but I really quickly want to address something, which is the fuel thing real quick. And then I'll let you respond. So you said, okay, oh, this is self-funded through fuel. I know it's kind of crazy APY, but it's all self-funded through fuel using historical data with this 5% tax. My problem with that is y'all have implemented new features that are going to make on-chain transactions a lot less likely. What I mean by that is you guys are severely limiting or penalizing people who withdraw to different to external wallets to sell. So in previous times, the reason you saw high historical data for why people are moving on-chain transactions is, number one, there wasn't a tax, and number two, they could do that to then sell their tokens. Now that you've limited that, relying on the same historical data doesn't make any sense, because you've actually said, okay, no, don't do that anymore, guys. Use
now the question is,
which isn't going to create any fuel, right? You're going to have fees and stuff like that, but it's not actually going to like create this fuel you're talking about. So that actually doesn't make sense, because if you had used the same assumption,
is that set up right?
Anything,
I don't think so.
Get on board. Like, you could apply some 5% tax based on some historic things, but number one, the tax itself will change people's user behavior, and number two, you have changed the rules to change user behavior. So again, back to my question, the 10% CRY does not make sense. It's not sustainable. The E&Y report makes the assumption that people can't swap or sell. That doesn't make sense. Look, if you guys seriously think that this is sustainable, see me as the bearer of bad news. It's not. You're headed for trouble, and you need to slash these rewards if you're going to get to anything close.
There we go.
I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Credit cards only offer 1 to 3%. How could it possibly be true that you guys, charging way less money, are able to give people 10%?
I mean, that's the amazing part of what we created, right? So that's what I said earlier. Once you get to understand, let me kind of explain. I mean, once you become
weird
a customer one day, which when we do come to US, and you will get to understand why it is unique the way what we've built. As I said earlier, up to now we've had issues, and I've been the one kind of highlighting that more than anyone else, because I care about the system and I want timeless system build. So the first thing you mentioned, let me go one point by point.
Okay, so let's test this.
As I said, the only few influencers you would find are the ones that are part of our customer base and have reached out to us in order to kind of work with us, and we've kind of included them in our ambassador program, and that's how we've operated. We haven't gone mass market to ambassadors or influencers in the past. We don't. It's not part of our, how we operate. And external, I mean, if it comes to a point where all the external volume is lower, I mean, that's a good thing, because external volume,
well, that's not doing anything.
In-app. And if external volume is lower, we don't want customers to take coins out,
Elias.
rewards out of the system
Ding.
to go to third-party platform. We'd rather have them
okay
for card top-ups within the app, which is what we have built currently for Web2 customers. And the next version will be DEX. So
that actually did something.
In 2025, if you read the white paper, you will know that it's designed for our Web3 users, which is most of the customers that you're highlighting. The advanced users who want low fees,
Ding.
they want easy access to.
I don't think I need the name.
Their rewards into tangible value. They will be allowed to do that within the app, and so they don't really lose anything by not leaving the platform.
Maybe I just need the username.
Create the reward system so we can decide what your rewards can be used for, right? So again, it's not a cashback system. It's not cash. It's a tokenized loyalty reward system similar to FIFA Coin or Amex Air Miles or any of the other reward systems, right? So this is what we have to differentiate. So we want to ask use the system for how it's meant to be used and how it has been promoted. So cash isn't what it's not. So the perception that people say, "Oh, I've earned that and it's mine and I have to go and do whatever the hell I want with it," that's not true. I mean, we've created a system to be designed to be used within the app, and we're building that. Over the past year, we haven't had that. I agree with it. I mean, it's something that I've acknowledged many times, and we did make a promise for it to be released much earlier, but it was delayed. I mean, we are a small funded, startup. Things change.
Okay.
And
so
we didn't hide behind that. I came on
Mixer
publicly and said, "Look, we have to do a transition," and we.
Which one of you browsers doesn't go to my main speaker?
We'll never do it because we are making progress, right? So it's good times ahead.
So I just want to address one thing. You said, okay, we're not a cashback card, we're a tokenized loyalty reward program.
That one doesn't.
At the end of the day, you have to agree that your token has to be at some point pinned to a purchase value. Because in order for you to give the equivalent of a rewards cashback, but in your native token, you have to be relying on some external value. So if like people pay in pounds, you have to convert that you have to basically pin a price to Plu that would generate.
That one definitely does.
So when we talk about like, oh, it's not cash back, it kind of is connected to cash back actually, and that is substantially what you're promising. So I just want to make sure that switch is clear.
Look, Stefan, you're not wrong. I mean, there's a thing with
you're not wrong.
Here, right? So
we just don't like that you're right.
To the token, the value is determined by external value of what customers,
So it'd be best over here.
The token is, which is what the emission value is based on, right? So this is how we base whatever the value is externally, or whatever the value is what people consider it to be, is how we. It's what the the ratio is how we give the tokens to customers. And but it doesn't change anything. I mean,
well, it does mean that you're ultimately giving people dollars, and that has to be a sustainable thing. Because ultimately what you're promising is not some valueless token, it's some token pegged to some economic thing. And so you have to be generating revenue to make that sustainable. Even when you were talking about like, oh, it doesn't matter if we have less external transactions. Well, actually, yes, it does, because it would mean you'd have less 5% taxes, which would
I gotta close that out.
Sustainable. But it also means that these card top-ups, you're talking about giving people
I don't have it on. Sweet.
pound value, right? That is actually what you're promising, is real economic value. And at some point in the chain, you have to generate at least that much to make it sustainable. So my concern is, I see this company heading for the iceberg with these rewards, and I see a lot of customers that are disgruntled. And I'm coming to you and I'm just asking basic questions about where's the money coming from, how is this working, and at least to me, these are not satisfying answers that I'm getting, because ultimately there's no clear explanation as to where the generative value is that would make your system sustainable for all the people who are withdrawing value from your system.
So again, I mean,
having a long ass conversation on this.
Being really concerned about this, but I would like to highlight that we don't do it from our own pocket. I mean, when we do provide the swaps, we provide that from a third-party liquidity provider who we work with. So we have to go through 7 steps. So we don't actually end up having to lose anything on that front, right? So because why the liquidity providers ask for that, why they have a demand for that token, because there's a lot of Plu already out there in circulation, and because we've created a day-to-day, I mean, a token that can actually be used on a day-to-day service, unlike anything else out there, even including Bitcoin, which has no utility. So Plu is one of the only tokens out there which, in fact, does have a utility, not only with in-app features, but also with tangible benefits. So, because of that demand, they're willing to provide us that service, which we have to pay a premium for, and we pass that on to customers. In the past we took that on, and which was not sustainable. You're right, which is why we turned that closed down DEX, because it cost us, and everyone knows this. So we wanted to build a system where it doesn't cost us.
Yes.
What we have now, and hence why the fees are so huge, to 50%. It won't be the case if there was such a huge volatility if there was no volatility at the moment, right? Because the third-party providers who give us a service, their premium would be much lower. And the same thing goes for utilities. So, you know, for example, air miles, you know, there's no cost to us in terms of how much we get it for and what we will sell it for. Everything that we've created in terms of utility, we will always have a profit margin on each swap. Maybe we break even on the first initial swap just to make it fair for the customer and make it usable, but we won't build anything in a way where we end up losing. Why? Because our goal is not to be self-funded forever. We are going into VC rounds and we're speaking to tier 1 venture capitalists. To be able to kind of achieve that, we need to have a sustainable system built, which is why we went through the whole EY, you know, modeling and everything, because it's not just for customers; it has a much bigger objective. So, and the EY concern, I mean, you're not wrong with their assumptions, right? And this is something they even highlighted in their own report, and I even said that in our previous AMAs and in the FAQs. They made conservative assumptions based because they wanted to kind of simplify the model, and they have said we still continue to working with them, and there will be a second version of the model, and a third version will be released in due course. I can promise that, because we are continuing to work. I mean, the idea that was the initial first version, and we know that there will be still improvements need to be made, and they've said that in the report. You've read it, right? So the improvement carries on. Nothing's changed.
Well, okay, there are a couple of things there I just really quickly want to highlight. For those who don't know, the EY report is an Ernst Young report which says, oh, this token's sustainable, but we made the assumption that no one's going to swap it, send it, or otherwise sell it. So any model would be sustainable if you assume that nobody actually uses the tokens for what they're intended for. But I really quickly want to highlight, I'm worried we're going into like magic internet money thinking, where we can imagine a world where you're giving people airline miles, which everyone agrees has a value, and that's not costing you money, that's not costing the customer money. So where's the money coming from? This is an economically valuable thing that you're telling me isn't costing you money. It's definitely not costing the customer money. So I'm not seeing where in the chain this is coming from. I just explained to you how 50,000 Plu now gives me $5 million dollars in airline miles in 5 years.
Okay.
You're telling me that's not going to cost you $1. How is that possible?
I think that's going to take care of it.
All the redemptions that we get, we would have a liquidity provider who we have an agreement with, who would provide that all the redemptions that we've earned to our providers in order to give us the revenue, the liquidity that we need in order to kind of keep paying for the services and ensure that the customers get their utility. I mean, this is how I think this is pretty genius.
But who's paying the bill at the end of the day? Who's footing the bill? The customer's not. You're saying you're not. So who's paying for my $5 million in airlines?
Wait. We pay the bill for the service fee, but there's a basic admin fee. Of course, we have to cover that, but we don't. It doesn't cost the redemption.
I didn't say anything.
It doesn't affect sustainability, because when somebody redeems Plu tokens on the app, we would receive that Plu and we would give it to a liquidity provider for a fixed amount, agreeable amount that we have, and then we would use that to pay for our services. And there's always a margin of profit in that, because when we buy everything in bulk, for example, when we have a contract with Miles and More, you know, we are one of the brand partners. So if the redemption value for, let's say, for example, 1 air mile is you know, $1, we would get that for almost less than a
Hey, Jinx.
of the value of the redemption
I'm
value.
testing something to try not to miss things.
The gift cards. I mean, you know, a £10 Amazon gift card, for example, costs us around £6. You know,
you're getting $10. Wait. You're getting $10 Amazon gift cards for $6. But it's still.
It's definitely not working.
So where does that economic value come from? You just told me you sell the tokens. So
I knew you would ask that. Well, I understand where you're going with this.
It was working earlier.
You cannot just go onto an exchange, whatever, buy tens of thousands of worth of Plu token and it comes to the platform.
You're farming for the Grattler right now?
Of course, that's not sustainable, right?
Nice.
That's not how we're going to build it. So it's for regular use. So if you're on the platform, so if the token value externally, what we get for is lower than what the redemption value is. For example,
Oh, did I pick a voice? Is that it?
It costs us $6 for that. You know, we will.
I did not pick a voice.
There to prevent gamification and make sure that we never end up losing. You know, so even with the fee structure, we'll make sure that everything's fair for the customer, and it's worth their while to be able to use the service. And maybe in the early stages in the V1, it won't be cost effective, but you know, we've had a lot of issues. We're fixing it, right? So we're still here. So idea is to continue improving.
This has no voices.
Overnight, but those who have been here for many years,
they're stripped from it. That won't work.
You know, we accept our mistakes and we keep improving.
Son of a bitch, it's broke.
I kind of appreciate that you wanted to kind of come on and, you know, and give us more exposure.
So I think I got to an important point here, which is that the way you're actually paying for these things is by selling
ARG and various other sounds of disgruntledness. Different browser.
For economic value. Then it comes and begs the question, as you pay out more of these rewards, more things are getting sold, you need to then sell those tokens for that economic value. The price is going to crash, and the price is going to continue to crash, because if you're relying on the token itself for generating all this stuff, it's not going to sustain it.
It seems like I can pause my video too while I'm at it. Let's see. I got an old thing. Let's see. You should be old enough to remember this. I'm gonna play a song. Now, I grew up jamming to this because this described everybody at my school here in North Carolina. Okay. And if you remember it, let's see if you know who it is. I teach this to people these days because it was funny and it was great. And I get it stuck into people's heads. Pause and back your ass up. Not super loud anymore. Again, that's Nappy Roots. Oh no. Song rocks. Oh no, hell no, boy, y'all done up and done it. Them country boys on their rides with them big fat wheels on the side with the dirty cow grills on rides. Oh no. Sorry. I was looking for something. Oh yeah. So, did you think the song sucked? I think it rocks. It's old as shit, though. That's from when we were back in, like, high school. It's okay. Aww. When I was a teenager. Let's see. 2001. It was released. From the album Watermelon Chicken and Grits. That's some 23-year-old song and video. They from Kentucky. But basically they'd fit in here in like North Carolina. Ain't much difference. It's the same shit. Maybe a little bit more tobacco. About the only difference. The big fat wheels on the dirty cow grill. Oh, no, no. Yes, it's me signing in yet again on a different browser. Yes, it's still me signing in. Getting all sorts of alerts because I'm signing into a mildly sketchy site. Got it. Control panel. Voice. Good. I don't want David. Ooh. You have a bunch of options. I don't want Chinese, though. Libby. Yeah. Portuguese. Nope. Don't understand that one. India. Nope. Won't understand that one either. Heather. English Canada. Well. That sounds fantastic. English Australia. Do you have Ivy? Why are you still spamming me with stuff? Okay. You have Ivy, I'll be so happy. I love listening to Ivy. Does not look like it. Sure, man, that works. Okay. Let's see here. Chat. Yeah, that works. Cool. Let's test that out. You'll probably be able to hear this. Country boys on the right. Big fat wheel. Let's see. Come on. I see it, but I didn't hear anything. Make the sounds. I really have to put subscriber in front of that. Or user. Takes forever.
Elias. Ding.
Yeah, I really have to put username in front of it. Wow. I wanted the other one. Where'd it go? Where'd the Canadan go? Dude, there's even more now.
Ding.
That works. Now, do you hear that?
Ding.
You do hear that. Could I make something funnier? Single syllable, fast. Sound. Single syllable, fast sound. Can't really think of anything. Closest I can think of is T. Wonder how that pronounces.
D.
That's longer. Yeah, it doesn't do it if I don't put the comma first. Maybe I need a space?
Yo.
Oh, okay. Does do it without it. Hmm? Ah.
Ye. Yeah.
Now you shorten the pronunciation of a word. Yay, ADD. I wonder. I get it.
Ye.
Still with the ye.
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
Yo, hydrate my mans.
Can do. Been a while since I've seen R-Dash. Okay. See, that should give both sounds.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that gave both sounds. Because it hit both. I don't mind that. And then I can remove y'all having to hear it go, yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ha. Let's move that one so y'all don't have to hear it say yeah all the time. Let's move that one to my headphones. And now y'all won't have to hear her say yeah. Let's test. You shouldn't hear her say yes anymore, or yeah anymore. You did not hear her say yeah that time. Okay. You can still hear the bloom sound, but that's fine. Okay. I will keep it like that. Country boys on the rides with them big fat wheels on the sides. Sure. I'm set up for exterminate. Let's go. Fortified armor. Okay, doesn't matter. How you been there, Ardash? Darsh. Yeah, here we go. Inverted the R and the A for a moment there. I was ADD'd for a good hour for the past bit because I missed 2 people stopping by the YouTube stream because I didn't have any notification system set up.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
The hunt is on, Tenno. The synthesis scanner is detecting a potential target. Use it. Search for traces of the target.
Them country boys. With them big fat wheels. Them dirty cow grills. I gotta get some music playing, otherwise I'm just gonna keep singing that song all night. I have a bunch of black pants. Honestly, I think it's the only color of pants that I have. I might have a khaki pair somewhere. I don't think so.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Okay. That's Frost. Literally have a build for fighting her. Wait a second. Wait a second. I didn't take the pumpkin off him. That one looks dumb. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that one. Very bright. Sure. Do 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 boo 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 do do boo 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 do boo 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 do do boo 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 do do boo. Hey, thanks. Had a very nice. Like, let's go. The Rolls of Rathum. You promote them to like Kayla to Sam?
There is a sanctuary target here, Hunter. I sense it. Track it with the synthesis scanner. Don't let it escape.
Everything just gets frozen all the time. I haven't even used an ability yet. Trying to shoot some stuff in the... Oh, we got more than one Frost, don't we? Wow. Somebody else, like, learned the lesson. That guy's awesome. He also brought a Frost. Excuse me, I'm gonna shoot you in the face. Did I lose my gun? Oh, it's pistol only. Son of a bitch! Damn! Whoa! That kind of sucks. Horse. Do Out of my way, Grenier. The chilly dude coming through. Wow. How sad it must be, these little balls. Everybody on their own circle when we all get here. I can't really do anything until Wow Baby gets here. They're dying. Somebody was a bad shot.
patience, Tenno. No more play. Patience, Tenno. No more playing. Who said you could fool me? No, no, no.
Nicely done, Tenno. Defeating Kella in front of our audience will show all Grenier that there is another way.
On it like paint. Target down.
Another statue.
Contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
Frost, Latrone, Furious, me and him with the Furious. I think he killed a lot more people before we got to this place. Poor Saren. But I approve of that guy's build because it was basically mine. Latrone, a Furious. Yep. I approve.
It's similar to, in a way where we present you clause, right? So we are very cautious with how we do things. So even with the partners, we know that, there's certain terms in order to protect how they would engage within the ecosystem, right? So it's kind of benefits everyone. So we have those kind of security measures in place. I don't know if I don't want to say something that where gets my compliance team annoyed, but to be transparent, there's certain clauses that are in there to kind of make sure that what you insinuating doesn't happen.
Probably getting close to, yep, being full on this.
Like, what do you mean? Oh, that people don't withdraw a lot of flu tokens?
See, for us, it's better that to kind of engage. If we have to kind of get value, liquidity for Plu that we've kind of earned through redemptions, if we have to get real value for that, it's better for us to work with third-party liquidity providers who we have clauses with where they cannot hurt the ecosystem or behave in a way which kind of creates speculative or kind of volatility that kind of impacts everyone. So we have those clauses in place. So whoever we work with, it is done in a way where it protects everyone. I mean,
are you saying they're not selling on actual exchanges? It's like an OTC deal?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're just, but then if you do that, they're going to charge you a huge fee in order to cover their risk side.
Well, that's why there's exactly why the future swap fees are so high, and we're trying to fix that, right? So, I mean, I'm the one keep getting blamed for it, but it's like I'm the one who's actually trying to fix that, because once we get everyone to kind of follow the terms and kind of understand what we build and appreciate it, this whole fee system will change. The fees will be as low as 1 or 2%.
But it doesn't make sense.
Because we want this to scale, right? We haven't built this to kind of stop users from using it. I mean, the reason the Web 2 version of the Pluto
Why?
is for the masses.
Don't change my quality.
You and I who understand Web 3.
I didn't put you on auto.
It's
Stop
for
that
our
shit.
parents and grandmothers who are just getting used to emojis.
I'm listening to this. I'm not watching it.
You made it so easy, but with the 50% fees, we can't get to our goal. And I know that more than anyone else.
Like, but you looked at the
And to
screen.
get those fees lowered, we need to
I don't give a fuck.
create a better trend within the app, and everyone aligning with the same goal. I mean, the kind of customers that will got your attention, highlighting this. It's my message to them is, we're not going to get anywhere if we continue to behave in such a way. We haven't been, we haven't really done anything wrong here. We want to continue providing this service. All we ask is for try the new features that we've created, right? So try it. You don't like it, you don't have to stay with us. The service is optional, but it doesn't justify, organizing mobs to go and make quick reviews, all that kind of stuff, which is there's a lot of people's hard work involved there. I mean, just for, few dollars worth of perks or, a payout, I think it's morally very wrong to go in the aggression that some of the people have. However, that doesn't matter. We still want to retain them, and I hope we can kind of change everything around.
Yeah, I mean, I would say arguing with customers who are trying to use your service as described is never going to be a winning strategy. Anytime a CEO finds himself at the tail end of a bunch of negative feedback from their customers, kicking back against those customers is sort of the worst idea. The reality is, if you find customer behavior based on your system objectionable, rather than penalizing those users or getting frustrated with those users, you should rather change the system so that that kind of behavior is no longer possible. So for example, if you're offering 10% returns and then I give you a for instance of using your exact terms, your exact calculator, and you tell me, oh, that would be abusive, that shouldn't be possible. That doesn't even make sense. You should not be able to engage with your app in a way that you would see as objectionable, right? And of course, I'm caveating like money launderers or something like that. I'm just saying I just gave you a for instance of someone buying tokens, stacking their Plu or whatever, and getting $5 million in rewards, and you're telling me, oh, we would find a way to prevent you from doing that or tack on a bunch of fees or whatever. Just lower the redemption. Just lower the reward. It doesn't make sense offering 10%. It exists nowhere else in the industry. There's no one else who sustainably offered these kinds of rewards, and that is for a reason. You haven't reinvented money. You haven't changed the whole system. You need to get in line with what is actually possible and then just see who will stick around. And maybe at that point, you can ease up on withdrawals. You'll find less people are what you term as abusive because these are rewards that are realistic and you can actually pay out instead of fairy tale land where we have 10% CRY and 10% rewards. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't pass the sniff test. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, well, thank you for your opinion. However, let me say something. 10% CRY is not for everyone. So in the past, what's happened is why we've actually ended up in this situation. Pretty much anyone could come on the platform and get to 7, 8, 9%. It was very easy and very lucrative. And as a result of that, we created a free candy problem, which was kind of very hard to get out of, and which is why we're here, right? I think I've shared that in the PDF with you with resources of kind of data and explaining that. But, again, that's one of those things, because I know you haven't had a chance to go through everything and you're just reading off stuff and you're thinking, oh shit, I've seen that with BlockFi and all these other Celsius and whatnot. It's not sustainable, and I agree. And if you knew me very well,
because it's not.
Our other customers know, this is exactly what I've been talking about for many years. And the aim is to build something unique and lucrative, but while it being completely self-sustainable. We don't have the model completely perfect yet. I agree. Even EY have said that in their report. We've said that in our FAQs. But we are going to continue improving. And from those who know about us, they know that we are very community focused, and we will continue doing that because, people get called out, and I love facing the community in that way. So you can, I love the passion for you again, the concern you're raising. But if you really are genuinely concerned, then let's try to get together through all the bits and understand how the product works.
Well, I've seen your E&Y report. I've used your company's own calculator. I've looked at your white paper extensively. And what I'm telling you is what anyone would tell you, which is that if you want sustainable and you want lucrative, you're gonna have a bad time. You have to pick one. You have to pick a system that you generate enough actual economic
Okay, note this up.
value
Don't jump into the water.
out the return. Right now, I'm sorry to tell you, I know you don't want
Warframes can't swim.
You guys are offering way too much money. The system doesn't make sense, and you're headed towards a crash. With or without me, you may think it's the fault of your haters and your customers and everybody else that's doing this to you. No, it is your system which is not sustainable, and if you continue down this route, it's gonna collapse. And it's not gonna be my fault. It's not gonna be your customer's fault. You guys are going to fail, and I'm gonna be the one to tell you that right now.
Not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. And
You're not wrong, but we're gonna ignore you.
While working on the white paper, while making all the updates, the system currently, as the way it was and have been running for the last 1 year or two, it's not ideal because we did try to compete with, you know, with the likes of CBC and so on. Even though their system was built on, you know, they can print whatever they like and issue to customers, we try to compete with that with our system to economics, which is only limited up to 3%. And as a result of it, I acknowledge that was kind of a mistake because although it created a huge demand in the beginning, you know, it did get to us the point where it's created unsustainability. And I've acknowledged that. And this is why we're working hard for the last year in order to fix that. Now, I'm not claiming that the model is 100% perfect. I've never done so. But it does need to be continued improving. But one thing I do want to clarify that we're not giving value here out of thin air. There's a system built which allows customers to earn something that we own and created, and issue it to them as a reward, and then they can redeem it within the app for certain features. The redemption will have a fee included, so that make sure that we don't end up losing as a business, because in the past we have. So now it's all about kind of increasing revenue, which is what we need in order to get to our, you know, VC rounds. And to be honest, this conversation actually really helps because anyone who listens to this chat, they will understand that what we're trying to do is to build something really valuable. And I mean, I don't know about refuting your concerns because they are valid, right? So otherwise, I mean, based on similar feedback is why we built the white paper in the first place. Now, as I said, if you have doubts and suggest improvements, you're really concerned, then happy to include you into our kind of working group and make suggestions. But I would appreciate that, you know, less of the accusations, please. You know?
Well, I am trying to provide suggestions right here, right now, which is to lower your rewards. It doesn't make sense. You said you're going to make up some of it with fees. So let me ask you a new question, which is that you're saying on your app, okay, let's say I have 50,000 plus stacked. I'm in the highest tier. I'm making 10% rewards cash back or reward back, whatever you want to call it. So let's say I spend $10,000. I get $1,000 worth of plu back, okay, or pounds. How much of that is like after the taxes, after all of that, how much actual value am I going to realize? Because you're saying like, no, we're not actually giving that because we're going to have all these fees, all these things that makes this sustainable. So what I'm trying to ask you is, after everything is included, after everything's said and done, how much is my 10% rewards back actually back in percentage-wise? Is it 5%? Is it 7%? Is it 3%? What is the actual reward back after the... I think you're muted.
Yeah, so I think what you mean is by once you've earned the rewards, when you go to redeem it, if you earn 10%, what it will cost, what will you end up having? Still 10% or less? Well, I can't guarantee that, and we never have, because the system has been built in a way where it doesn't guarantee a fixed extrinsic value, but with the tangible utilities that we create, for example, the air miles and gift cards, we do have a fixed intrinsic value. So, for example, one crew would be able to be converted for the £10 worth of gift cards, right? But there will be limits to it in the sense that there will be fees increasing as the more you kind of complete it. So we protect ourselves from being gamified. So, I mean,
So what is my $1,000 in rewards turned into when I finally cash it out? If I earned $1,000 in blue reward, what is it actually going to be when I cash it out?
Well, it depends on the utility you're using. For example, with air miles, when you earn can sometimes use 1,000 or 10,000 miles for a business class flight, or sometimes it's, you know, the same value is worth something else on a different feature. It just depends. Same way we have the.
It's worthless. It's not worth anything, is what he's saying.
Economic principles, what works best.
It's worth hopes and dreams.
So each system will have its kind of different values.
He makes no promises.
Let's talk about a top up. Let's say I'm going to just add dollars or pounds to my account.
Because at the moment, if you see the white paper, the tangible value that we do have attached to the boost is we'll be able to swap your
A lot of words and says nothing.
£10 worth of air miles, gift cards, and up to £150 worth of discounts on air miles. So that's the intrinsic value that we are trying to build.
Again, I think my question maybe I'll try to reword it a certain way, which is this: what amount of air miles do I have to redeem before it's deemed as abusive by you guys?
Or gamified.
I mean, look, I don't have the details exactly on that because the feature has indeed all the rules that need to be scoped out.
How about a swap?
With the swap, there's no limit. You can swap for car swaps as much as you like. There's no limit at the moment, but there is a fee included. It'll be the same kind of similar structure with miles and gift cards because, as I said earlier, if you include a limit on how much you can swap, it loses its intrinsic value. That's how it works. So for intrinsic value to be valid, it needs to have depth of conversion. So we want to provide users with depth so you can convert, you can earn, swap your.
This guy talks in circles a lot.
But the more miles you convert, the higher the fees will get to make sure that it's fair for.
But there's no limit on the swap, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, of course not.
Okay. Well, again, and you're going to hate this because I'm going to go back to my old example and maybe we'll just close on this, which is this. If you take a very simple example where I buy 50,000 flu for $100,000, okay, I'm not going to use these in the rewards. According to your calculator, by the end of it, I'm going to have 500,000 flu generated from your CRY, right? So I have 500,000 flu in rewards. I go to your swap and I exchange that for let's just assume for the sake of argument, flu's at the same price at the end of 5 years, which it won't be, but let's just make that assumption. And you take 50%, I put in $100,000 into your system. I'm getting out $500,000. That is unsustainable. That does not make sense.
Wait. I mean, look. At the moment, I don't understand what calculations you're looking at. So
I'm looking at your calculator.
Yeah,
if you put in 50,000 flu,
we on an AMA, you're just throwing out numbers. And it's like,
This is what your calculator says.
Okay, fine. But
Your calculator is bad.
everything you kind of raised has an answer to it. So whatever you're saying right now can be answered as well. But the mathematics that you're looking at, there's a reason for why that has been provided in that way. It's based on financial model. Now again, there's no guarantee of that value will always be sustained in that way. We haven't promised that. That's never been part of our promotion. And the fact that everyone's been kind of insinuating that is what kind of irritates us because, there's a responsibility for us to protect everyone, especially the customers who have been supporting us. So when, with someone like yourself who's making these, assumptions, especially when on an online forum like you have exposure, right? It's kind of harmful because you have to first remain factual.
It's what your calculator says, man.
What you're saying is incorrect.
Where do you think I have not been factual? Can you tell me?
No, you're trying to assume that, earning a certain amount of food that can, trying to insinuate that fuel will continue to hold value, which is not what we promised. You said
no, I think it's going to collapse in value. It's clear. I'm trying to prove that.
Yes, so we said that value is what the emission, this is the amount of food that you will earn as a result of sex, for example, to 1 or 2, 3, 5 years. But that food is not guaranteed to have a certain value. However, what we do guarantee, which I have done in the white paper, that food that you earn will be tangible in terms of, for example, any amount of food that you have within the app. Let's say you have 100,000 food, and then you want to swap that for utilities that we offer. And so in the initial stages, what we offer will be very low. Of course, you cannot go and swap, $100,000 worth of flu that you earn into air miles because we have to scale up slowly. So, but what we will have that we promised in the white paper, a £10 tangible value for each one flu. and that can only be proven once we've achieved that, right? So you can sit there and argue and claim all the things that you want based on not understanding, etc. But it doesn't change the fact.
Wait, wait. You're saying that I am giving wrong information. You haven't said what wrong information. I'm using your numbers, and I did that intentionally because I wanted to have you face your promises, which is ultimately what I think is unsustainable. I don't think your promises are sustainable. So you're telling me, oh, well, who even promised that the value of fluid stayed the same? Well, actually, just like you said, you are actually promising that there's some redeemable value of this fluid at the end of the day. So whether we want to use swaps, which I just kind of ran you through those numbers, or you want to use airline miles, where we talked about getting $5 million worth of airline miles at the end of 5 years, which doesn't make sense. You say there's increasing fees, but you haven't given me what those fees are. So what I'm trying to say is, you guys are headed for a nightmare. You're headed for trouble. I'm not your problem. Your problem is your white paper, your new tokenomics, and your plan.
You're definitely not the problem. You're just somebody that's kind of helping us get the exposure, and I'm very happy from the time you've taken to give us the interest that you have. But again, everything that you've said now is very presumptuous. You're not saying anything valid. The system that we built, again, the calculator that you see, it doesn't promise you any kind of redemption value. It shows you what, from making an action A, this is what you will earn as a result of it, right? So when you earn those rewards in the app,
I agree.
There's a
It just did like my brain's exploding. This guy talks in circles and doesn't say anything.
Like, for example, the 12-month clause built in. So what that does, it creates a system where everyone's aligned towards a long-term value, earning long-term value, instead of thinking, okay, I need to go to the third party for payouts. So that is what we're trying to achieve. So when that happens, even if it's a small amount of numbers of users who are doing that, or a larger user base, either way, it benefits everyone. So, and in terms of what the value of tangible value will be, we have promised that. It will be £10 for one Plu versus one gift card. You cannot buy Plu from exchanges and come on a platform with abuse systems for gift cards. Of course, that won't be sustainable, and I agree with your concern. And we haven't offered that. Only the Plu that you earn in-app. So now, if it comes to a point where you have $100,000+ worth of Plu, I mean, although we will not have limits, but there will be fees that won't make it very profitable for you to be able to stop that. And if you did, we will earn from that, and you won't hurt the system. So either way, we will win or to protect the ecosystem. However, it's not a guarantee. The value has never been a guarantee of what the extrinsic value will be. What I've always, as I said, explained how the system will work, what our intentions are, and things can change. But the redemption value of what we offer, what the goal is, will remain the same.
Yeah, you say that you don't promise extrinsic value, but you actually are promising an intrinsic value. So at the end of the day, you are promising to redeem these tokens at a certain value.
Absolutely, yes.
That doesn't make sense.
How does it not make sense? I mean, when you earn air miles, they offer you a value, even though they're doing it based on a different business model where they earn a profit from.
Air miles, they control what the perceived value is. The seat can be whatever cost they want, because they can offset that cost onto the other passengers. The plane's going to travel anyway. The additional cost from your weight is negligible.
By mistakes and so on. But we can also see there's a small group of users who are, it's the whole unification of mindset. Everyone's here for the quick win and move on. Not us. We're not going to allow that, and we reserve the right to do so. So, people can go on a riot as much as they want and try to go on a witch hunt. But hey, man, we're not crazed by that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here having this conversation.
Yeah, nobody's trying to go on a witch hunt. We're just trying to get to the bottom of what you guys are promising. You guys are promising too much, and then when people try to take you up on it, you know, it gets to be difficult, and withdrawals are hard to get. You know, some people are labeled abusive and things like that. I mean, look, the reason your analogy about airline miles are not correct is an airline mile is related to the actual value of the dollar, right? Whereas what you guys are offering cash back on is based on the value of Plu token, which fluctuates, and then you're guaranteeing to reduce.
Well, the dollar fluctuates too.
This is a disaster. Let me tell you why.
Yeah, the guarantee.
The value of a Plu on an exchange is $1, right? So that means that if I earn $10 worth of reward backs, you have to give me 10 Plu. But then, so I've only earned $10 worth of reward backs, so to speak. But then I can go back to you and I go, okay, give me 100 pounds worth of airline miles for this $10 of Plu, this 10 Plu.
Yeah, that's a significant loss.
Arbitraging against yourself.
Well, I think what you don't understand, there's something called the effect, right? So
I think he understands.
If you're able to provide a real tangible value for service, a guarantee, which is what we're doing, if the extrinsic value becomes like, you know, nobody will care about that anymore.
I don't think you understand, man.
What we do as what you get as a product, as a service.
You still have to go buy those airline miles.
From our partners is because we know it has the.
So unless you're getting a really good discount, you're getting screwed.
You know, benefits. For example, to get merchandise, it's up to 50 cents or slightly higher. To get a first class, first class ticket is I think it's about 18 cents to 20 cents or something around that kind of range. So they have different variations of extrinsic value that they offer, but that's part of the whole system and promotion model that they built. So that's them taking that as a cost. For us, we don't have to take costs for providing a certain service. For example, we don't have to build something unique like AMRs or different structure. We can just connect third-party services and provide customers with commonly used services that people love and use, and which is what we've done. I know you're on this kind of mindset of investigative journalism, which I totally appreciate, and I think is really good. I think by the end of it, I believe that we'll end up coming out stronger. But at the same time, we have to keep in consideration that let's not make assumptions based without even knowing the facts fully. I know you said that you've gone through everything, but you've only known about it in 48 hours or so. So I believe that's not enough time to understand everything that we have been doing in the last.
I didn't say I understand everything you've been doing the last 10 years. I'm saying I've looked over your tokenomics, I've looked over the EY report, I've looked over how these economics are supposed to be working. I find it ironic. You said you enjoyed my Tether report, and you said you think Tether's up to something sketchy, which, as we all know, what they're doing is trying to peg a digital currency to some actual asset, and there's questions of, well, do they have the backing for that? Well, what you just told me is that when you do this airline token thing, the price is just going to be $10 because that's what you're redeeming it for. So you're basically saying like, well, we're going to make a stable coin out of like airline reward cards. And my question and suspicion would be the same for you, which is that how do you continue that when people go ask for redemption, and at some point somebody's got to pay for all this stuff? So I'm deep.
Yeah, you're right. I think I lost my point earlier. But once you create a system where you have a tangible value, for example, you can get one Plu, you can get up to $10 worth of air miles or gift cards, for example. The whole trend that people want to speculate externally changes over time. That's what we're trying to achieve here, and it's not something that is new. I've been saying that in our last AMAs and so on. We are aware that there's no guarantees of it happening, but we have to make an effort in order to get there, right? So this is what this is what our attempt is. Of course, things can change, but the idea is to make sure that we can, once we provide that service, the network effect kind of changes the whole perspective, where people go away from the whole mindset of, oh,
come on, guy.
And kind of get rid of this.
Let me hit you.
To go and trade on new coins to, this is really worth it because it gives us all these kind of features that we can use in the app, and it gives us more value when I kind of interact with the system in app. That's the goal. And again, there might be some flaws with the financial modeling, but that's even been highlighted by ourselves in our FAQ and EY themselves, which I can promise you are currently being improved, and there will be a second and third versions of our updates on what we're trying to achieve.
Well, there's no way you're going to be able to offer what you're currently offering. 10%,
I am out of drink.
The 10% rewards back and a stable value for airline tokens are not going to work. So if this is your new plan for sustainability, you're doomed.
Well, look, in my technical white paper, I've already said this. That there's no fuel generated.
Coffee's literally like,
those rewards
it's like, yeah, the technical white paper I read over and told you the flaws with
lucrative rewards, and that's how we want to build it. So anyone everything's on chain, right? So we don't have to hide behind internal data, so people can collection there is. So
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink.
Has been covered. So if it comes to a point where we are not collecting, we won't be issuing those kind of rewards, and everything will adjust automatically. So there's something called the difficulty adjustment. Not the one that we did last year, but there's another different version of it, which we kind of included in our white paper. So, I mean, if you need a reference to it, I can point you to it, but that has been covered.
Wait. We need to address this whole, like, everything's on chain. Everything is not on chain. There's a bunch of plu in your internal system, which is not actually on chain. You guys have it in internal ledgers, and then later people can, in theory, withdraw it. But, there have been some people who've been banned, and their internal account balances have never gotten to them, as well as the fact internally that shows nowhere up on the blockchain. So when you say like everything's on chain, it's all verifiable, actually it's not, is it?
Okay, great. I mean, you're connecting two different things. When I say on chain, I'm relating it to fuel, which is on-chain transactions made between different wallets and the fuel that is collected as a result of it. So that will always be on chain. We can't have that internal because that's going to be built within the tokenomics and coded into the new token network that we migrate to early next year. So that's going to be completely different. The plu that is an internal balance, yes. I mean, that's no secret. We've been releasing data in relation to that over the last few years. Plus, every time we do a recon, every 3 months, it has to give access to all our data to.
That's no secret that we have a secret list. That's hidden.
Have to go through all the plu transactions, and they approve the amount of plu that we can take out from the rewards pool and issue to customers, and they do take the responsibility for it. So we don't have a process where like CG or FBS whatever go and have access to whatever we want. We have certain procedures in place to be completely transparent and build trust. These are all, I mean, recon blogs, you can see all the PDFs, everything's public. We've been doing this for several years now. It happens every 3 months, and when we make these reconciliations,
I think I lost my scissors.
Every single transaction is verified. So
my scissors.
I think we're good on that front.
Yeah. I was just making the point that it's not actually on chain, and we can trust. We can trust external. Yeah, we can trust external auditors if you want, but I'm just making the simple point that not everything's on chain. I mean, my bigger concern, obviously, is the sustainability of this. It's not sustainable. You haven't made the case for it being sustainable. I'm concerned for users. I'm concerned for sort of everyone in the system. Let me ask you something. Let's say you guys go bust. What happens to people's debit card balances? Do you guys have access to those funds? Do you guys touch those funds? Do you not have access? What's going on there?
I mean, look.
He's going to say they don't have access.
We want to always build a platform in a way where we have less access of customer funds as possible, which is what we achieved. I used to run an exchange before I started Futures, started in 2013 to all the way up to 2015 called Lazy Coins. Ran that for 2 years. Exchange is the most difficult thing in the world. Why? Because you're always in there targeted by, every single day you have to ensure security, and you're in the middle, and responsibility of like handling customer funds. So once I exited from Lazy Coins, the idea was to build something that you never have to control customer funds. You're just the one that provides all the cool features and earns the revenue as a result of it. So we did that. I mean, through that you earn in app is is centralized, but we promote people to request payouts and stack in their personal connected wallets. I mean, that's been our USP since as a decade, before even DeFi was a thing. I mean, you can verify that from my Reddit post from 2015. So now,
I'm concerned about fiat. So when people
yeah, well, fiat. Look, we don't. When somebody deposits fiat in our, let's say, user's account, we don't hold those funds. We don't have no control over that. That goes to our banking partners, modeler provided accounts, who are regulated, and also the funds are stored in a segregated insured accounts at Bank of England and similar institutions in Europe. So, and it's outside of any limitations of Plutus, which is completely ideal for us because we don't want that responsibility.
Right. So just to be clear, should anything happen to you guys in your sustainable system, people's funds are separated. They would not be in any way impacted.
Yes, absolutely. That's
okay.
That's been built that way intentionally. I mean, if we had access to customer funds, we would also have stadium sponsorships, and you would have known about us many years ago.
Okay, great. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the interview. I hope you enjoyed it. What is so crazy to me is they brought this all on themselves. If this guy hadn't accused Reddit of defaming him, I never would have heard about these guys. And now I think they have very serious problems, and I don't think they're being adequately addressed. But I wanted to go over their responses to me, just in the interest of transparency. I asked them to address accusations of censorious practices, including claims that Daniel sought out user emails to enforce bans. This is from an ex-employee. They told me that. They say, our Discord channel is accessible to all customers. However, we recently implemented a verification process for disruptive participants to verify if they are in fact Plutus customers. Over 95% of users received a caution for violation of community guidelines, which that's if 95% of your users are in violation of your community guidelines, problem. Well, a handful identified as high risk by compliance were either off-boarded or asked to provide a source of income, which some didn't. So the accusation was they didn't like what people were saying on their Discord. They made those people hand over their emails because they couldn't identify who they were. And when they did, they said, oh, surprise, we have to, compliance wants you to submit a source of funds or whatever. And they would get banned. So here's my second question. Can you speak to recent changes in withdrawal policies which users feel would restrict cashing out rewards and cashback cards? So they say Plutus is defined as an in-app loyalty reward token. Our legacy team specify its intended use is for in-app features. Okay, they haven't had much in-app features. And self-storage in self-custody wallets. Sort of again, like it doesn't make sense. You're having a cashback card, cashback reward program that punishes you if you take it. To maintain the integrity of our platform, we conduct audits for card refund fraud or using rewards to move rewards to third-party platforms to gamble on meme coins. And so this is their thing. They say if you're transacting, you're sending it to a third party, maybe you're just gambling on it. How do you respond to claims that Plutus operates as a Ponzi scheme with unsustainable rewards and limited withdrawal options? A Ponzi scheme involves taking money from one user to pay another. Plutus, in contrast, provides a loyalty rewards redeemable for real benefits or in-app features and generates revenue through partnerships with established providers like Visa, Curve, and Miles and more. Additionally, we launched a crypto to fiat DEX. Claims of a Ponzi and similar labels come from disruptive users who exploit the system, frequently funneling rewards to fund personally gambling on exchanges. So, if you say things bad about Plutus, they think you're frequently funneling rewards to personal gambling. For better understanding, see our guide on productive versus non-productive use. Please Please explain how Plutus's 10% cashback and 10% CRY rates are sustained, given that they far exceed typical credit card rewards. We talked about this a lot in the AMA, but they bring up that, we have validated reports by Ernst & Young. With features like fuel, all CRY emissions are 100% self-sustainable. It's been gone over and over why I don't think that's true. Okay, for a deeper understanding, I strongly recommend reviewing the technical white paper and E&Y. How much runway does Plutus have left till bankruptcy? Recent changes suggest a company in distress. Plutus developed multiple diversified revenue streams, blah, blah, blah. Are they going to answer the question? No, they just say we've been bootstrapped for a decade. There are disruptive accounts. Okay, it's starting to repeat itself a little bit. Plutus claims to be self-custodied, yet Plu rewards are stored in an internal ledger. How can users trust this Plu won't be seized or exceed the total supply? Again, we covered this in the AMA. I'm not going to go over it too much here. They basically say, hey, look, we don't mind when people withdraw their money, but those withdrawals are subject to penalty. According to these, why did Ernst & Young assume users can't withdraw, sell, swap their Plu tokens and instead stack indefinitely? That would seem to obviously shoot their conclusion in the face. And they say Ernst & Young made conservative assumptions for simplification, as noted in their report, similar to loyalty programs, assuming all users will indefinitely defer rewards with redemptions. Okay, I don't understand why that's a fair assumption. However, this does not impact the financial model for sustainability. Yes, it does, which is extrapolated from historical on-chain data and has been technically audited by a third party. We are still working with E&Y to improve certain aspects of the model further, to clarify the AMAs. Fill out this form to have the reports. Trustpilot shows Plutus flagged negative reviews 72% of the time. He claims Plutus asks paid ambassadors to leave positive reviews. Can you address this? Okay, so for quick context, Trustpilot is like a review platform, and they have a transparency page where you can see how many times a platform flagged a review as not real. They're allowed to do that. But then the user can go back and say, no, I am a real user. So you have this rate of false flagging by the company, and usually it's seen as abusive if that rate is very high. So obviously in this case, the rate was 72%. That's extremely high. They say we solicit genuine reviews from ambassadors to share their lived experience. Okay, ambassadors, that's another way of saying they're paid in some way, or they're compensated in some way, or some way affiliated with the program. So that's strange. Additionally, we attached a zip file showing evidence of coordinated targeting of reviews, a matter currently addressed by our legal team in direct communication with Trustpilot. So that's just where they show that there are disgruntled users behind the scenes in like Telegram groups or something, just talking amongst themselves about Trustpilot. Please see attached screenshots for Ambassador's channel regarding the Trustpilot and other reviews. They say we appreciate all ambassadors who leave a genuine review on their respective app stores. Please consider this a welcome but voluntary task. And then last question, do you acknowledge the ambassador was purely voluntary? Okay, so that's the responses. I just wanted to include those for the sake of transparency, so that they can't claim that I'm taking them out of context or anything like that. Obviously, we played their interview in full. So, yeah, that's basically it. I think this platform is headed for trouble. I don't think what they're doing is sustainable. I don't think they have any economic activity that equals the amount they're promising out. And I think what's clear is that the founder, Daniel, or the CEO, excuse me, doesn't want to lower these rates because he knows, okay, this is why users are here, for these higher rewards. But there doesn't seem to be an acknowledgement that, like, at some point you have to pay for this stuff. They kept saying, like, oh, we don't pay for this stuff, or some version of it's magic money that doesn't have to be paid for at the end of the day. I don't think they're generating enough revenue. I would stay away from this thing. Although, if what they're saying about, like, we don't actually hold your money is true, that would be good. But, again, the question is, how do we verify that? Do we actually believe that's the case? I don't personally know. So, that's it. That's my investigation into Plutus and my interview with their founder. Thanks for watching.
Until all at once, with the sound of thunder, the plain truth is laid bare.
It was long and it went in circles a lot, Coffee. I don't know if you got any Evan answers. Mm. Okay, Joey. Show me this last samurai.
Samurai.
Oh,
A word
that's
that
loud.
everyone and anyone knows and loves when they think of Japanese culture. From the early 12th century to their abolishment in the late 19th century, they were a
Let's get some
formidable
pixels
force
in
to
this.
reckon, and a staple in Japanese media that foreigners only dream to recreate in the modern times. But deep in the mountains of Japan lives a man who is keeping the samurai spirit alive and well, with his deep knowledge and understanding for the art form. And today, I'm going to be spending a day with him to not only learn more about what makes samurai so important to Japanese culture and history, but I'm also going to try to recreate the mystique and majesty of the samurai spirit myself, which, let's be real, I'm probably going to fail horribly at and bring shame to my entire family lineage. But hey, before we move on, in the spacious and serene landscapes of
No ads,
Fukushima
please.
Prefecture lies a single dojo home to our person in question. This is Warakiri Battosai, or Warakiri-san. He runs a YouTube channel specifically about katanas, sword techniques, and everything else that will have any samurai enthusiast frothing at the mouth. But before I could start wielding real katanas around myself, I thought it was only right to expand my pre-existing knowledge on the art form from a certified professional.
やっぱりその刀とかをまあよく扱うチャンネルです
So you have a channel about katanas and stuff.
なるまでのいきさつってどんな感じなんですか？私はもともとずっと剣道をやってたんですよ。はいはい。小学校3年の時から剣道をやってて、まあかれこれ30年ぐらいも剣道をやってるんですけども、僕最初にわらきりさんでいいです。わらきりさんのチャンネル見させてもらった時に、もう一発に思ったのが、あ、このチャンネル名って絶対ルロケンだよなって思ったんですけど、そうですよね。絶対人斬り抜刀斎から取ってきてますよねって思ったんですけど、そうですよね。そうです。で、私はこう人を切ったら捕まってしまうので、そうですよね。はい。で実際切ってるのが畳表なんですけども、その抜刀道では罠とかっていう呼び方をするんですね。あ、そうなんですね。はい。で、その刀はもちろん振り回すのもあるんですけど、わらきりさんって実際刀を作ってらっしゃいます？刀自体その刀身は作れないんですよ。ああ、なるほど。要は刀鍛冶じゃないと作れなくて、あれって免許が欲しいんですよ。刀を作る免許が欲しい。そうなんですね。で、あれが国家資格なので。ああ。結構レベル高いんです。レベル高いんですよ。私が作ってるのはその刀以外のものは免許がいらないんですよ。例えば鞘とか持ち手の柄の部分とか。わらぎりさんでもちなみにその刀部分を作るためのその刀鍛冶の免許も欲しいっちゃ欲しいんです。できるんであればやってみたいなとは思うんですけれども、ただそれにじゃあ没頭するというか、それになるにはやっぱり生活の部分でも、その要は免許を取ってる間って収入が、ああなるほど、まあアルバイトしながらとかそうなんですね。実際その日本で現在その免許を持っている人って何人ぐらい？今は刀鍛冶自体130人ぐらいって言われてます。少ないです。ああなるほど。でその中でその刀だけを作って専業でやってらっしゃる方っていうのは30人前後。うわー、じゃあめちゃくちゃ希少。そうですね。だから刀鍛冶やりながら例えば包丁も作ってとか他のものを作ってこうやってる方もいらっしゃいますし、僕個人的にもうずっと知りたかったことがありまして、まあ侍はいるじゃないですか。侍いますね。で武士もいるじゃないですか。武士と侍の違いって何なんですか？
あ、武士と侍はまあイコールですね。
あ、同じなんですね。
はい。要は武士ってもともとまあ分かりやすく言うと今で言うと公務員みたいな。要はお殿様がいるじゃん。お城にこうやってお殿様がいて、それの家来のことを武士って言うんですよ。
なるほど。じゃあ侍は武士の一つ
そうですね
っていう感じです。
はい。侍っていうのは多分後でできた言葉なので、刀をこう刺してる人でも、昔その侍とか武士だけがこう刀を刺してたかっていうと、実際はなんか違うらしい。やっぱり商人とかも刀持ってるし、はい。あとはまあ浪人、まあ例えば流浪に剣心だったら浪人じゃないですか。
そうですね。やっぱりその海外に住んでて、まあその侍文化、まあもちろんそのメディアとかでもめちゃくちゃ侍とか出てるじゃないですか。で海外でもめちゃくちゃ人気じゃないですか。なんで僕何個かその海外でよく言われているその侍文化の何個かあるんですけど、わらきさんにこれは合ってるか合ってないかちょっと判断してもらいたいんですけど。
わかりました。私もそんなに詳しいわけじゃないかもしれないので、まあ個人的な主観も入ると思うんですけども。
まあでも多分海外の人と比べると資格は十分あると思います。侍は刀しか使わないっていう。
これが時代によって結構大きく分かれてて、まあ刀自体がこの出土したっていうかのがもう本当に3世紀とか5世紀ぐらいの。
あ、そんなになんですか。
もう本当に古墳から出土した剣、刀っていうよりは剣ですね。まあそれが最初で、まあだんだんその平安時代とか、まあ鎌倉時代とかに行くにつれてまあ刀が出てきて、今反りがあるような刀が出てきて、まあその頃って、まあ、例えば一番分かりやすいのは戦国時代ですね。戦国時代だとこういう甲冑を着て、まあ、戦ってたわけじゃないですか。で一番やっぱ多かったのって槍らしいんですよ。
あとなんかその戦国時代の間、弓矢とかもめっちゃ使ってましたね。
弓も多いですね。まあ、飛び道具は弓ぐらいしかないので、だからまああとあれか、織田信長の時代だとちょっと鉄砲が火縄銃とかが出てきたんですけど、それ以前はやっぱ弓しかなくて、例えば江戸期になってからは槍とかっていうのは少ないんですよね、やっぱり。逆にやっぱり刀が多くて、で武士は二本差しって言ってこう2本刺してる姿が、まあ、侍の姿で多分一番想像つくのかなと思うんです。映画とかでも結構多いので、あれっていうのはもう江戸期に入ってからですね。
それってなんで2つ持ってたんですか、ちなみに。
あれは要はそういうさっき言った商人とか、そういう浪人とかと区別をするためって言われてるんですよ。
なるほど。
武士は二本差しだ。
ああ、なるほど。そうなんですね。なんかてっきりなんか二刀流行くのかなと思ってたんですけど、ちなみに二刀流って現実的にありだったんですか。
二刀流はまあ一番有名なところでいうとやっぱり宮本武蔵が有名だと思うんですけど、あれ実際に私もこう畳表を前にしてやったんですけど、大変ですね。やっぱ慣れるのが大変というか、
そのワンピースみたいな感じのゾロの三刀流は無理ですよね。
ゾロは一回私も YouTube の撮影ということで、口に加えて、まあ模擬刀ですけどね、口に加えたやつはもう何の役にも立たない。
Absolutely useless.
よく誤解されるっていうか、まあ、この情報がどうやって流通したのかわかんないですけど、侍は忍者とよく戦っていたっていう情報があるんですけど、まあ多分その侍も忍者もやっぱりその日本の歴史上に出てくる、まあツートップみたいな感じだと思うので、まあてっきり侍も忍者も同じ時期にいたから戦ってたんじゃないかっていう変な情報が流通されたと思うんですけど、実際はどうだったんですか。
その戦っていたっていうのが、何をもって戦うなのかがちょっとよくわかんないんですけども、基本的に忍者って隠密じゃないですか。要は表に顔を出せないんですよね。で今でいう例えば CIA とかもそうなのかな、秘密情報機関みたいな感じで、その情報収集だったり、その忍者って言ってもそのなんだろう、背中に刀刺して歩ってるわけじゃない。
まあそうですよね。
そういうのも当然いますけれども、例えば 街中に隠れて、その町人に扮してこう情報収集したりとかっていう部隊がいたり、実際にその戦う部隊もいたりっていうので、結構いたらしいんですけども、その実際にじゃあお前忍者だっつってこう戦ってたかって言われると、私はちょっと違うんじゃないかなと思って。
まあそうですよね。
まああれは完全にもうテレビの影響かなっては思うんですけども。
僕のちなみに父親がオーストラリア人なんですけど、そのやっぱりその侍文化とかすごい好きで、もうほぼ黒澤明監督の作品がめちゃくちゃ好きなんですけど、その映画をもうずっと見て変な日本語を覚えてきたんですよ。うちの父親の一番好きな言葉が筋切りなんですよ。
なるほど。
筋切りってちなみに説明してもらっていいですか？
筋切りはもう
今では使わない言葉ですよ。
そうですね。筋切りはまあ隠れて人を切るみたいな感じじゃないですか。まあ簡単に言うとですよ。だからこう普通はその侍同士の戦いっていうのはもう名乗りですよね。私は誰々だ、でも私は誰々だって言って戦うっていうのが礼儀なんですけども、もう礼儀とかじゃなくても隠れて、こう歩ってる後ろからもう切ったり。
あとやっぱりその侍のことをまあメディアとかで知るときに、あとまあ辻切りの次ぐらいに多分知られている言葉って腹切りだと思うんですよね。
ああ、切腹とか腹切りですね。
やっぱりその外国人でも日本語全く喋れない人でも切腹っていう言葉だけは知ってる。
腹切りとか、
腹切りとか知ってること、まあうちのお父さんも腹切りっていう言葉めっちゃ好きなんですけど。なるほど。なんか侍はなんかよく腹切りをしてたっていうか、なんかめちゃくちゃやってたっていう変な情報があるんですよね。
やっぱ自らの責任を取る時だけですよ。だって腹切りが例えば私が何か悪いことをして「いや今日腹切るか」っつって、で、まあ、明日また「今日腹切ったんだ」みたいな感じでこう腹切りって人生の中において1回しかできないじゃないですか。だから本当の武士としての責任を取る時だけですね。
でも侍が全員腹切りをしてたわけではないんですよね。
全員腹切って死んでたわけではなくて、結局その腹を切るっていうのは自分の身の潔白を証明するんですよ。腹を切って。
ああ、なるほど。はい。なんか自分は中は綺麗だよっていう証明みたいな。
そういうことなんです。
なるほど。ちなみに腹切りは処刑とかにも使われてたんですか？
いや、処刑と腹切りの違いがこれも多分外国の方は難しいと思うんですけど、切腹って武士しかできないんですよ。
あ、そうなんですね。
はい。例えば罪人、悪い人が捕まって処刑されるときは
That makes sense.
首を切り落とす。
首だけ。だから武士は切腹、自分で死ねるんです。罪人は自分で死ねないんですよ。
Now that I got a little more backstory on what makes katanas and samurai so badass, it was finally time to come face to face with a real katana. I've most certainly seen real ones in museums and played with fake plastic ones as a child, but actually getting to hold a weapon that I could easily end somebody's life with was a whole other story.
はい、では実際に真剣がここに置いてあります。めちゃくちゃビビってます。ちなみにまずどこから？
まずは短いのからいきましょう。はい。まあさっき言われた短刀。
はいはい。
はい。で短刀はまあ守り刀とかっても言われてて、例えば女性が結婚してお嫁に行くときにこう持っていく嫁入り道具の一つだったり。
実際お嫁さんが持ってたんですか？
持ってました。例えば今結婚式とかその日本の和装の結婚式だとここに担当のまあレプリカですけど刺すんですよ。
はいはいはい。そこからなんですね。
そうなんです。
なるほど。
私の一番大好きな刀です。
綺麗ですね。
そうね。鞘からして綺麗なんですよね。
いいですか？
はい。気をつけてください。
はい。これももう
Please be careful.
を重ねて作っていく感じなんですね。
そうです。
こういうのも。
これもやっぱ手作りなんで機械で作ってるわけじゃないので。
そうですよね。
職人がやっぱり作ったものですよね。
抜いてもいいですか？
じゃあちょっと抜きますね。
はい。お願いします。僕だと怖いんで。
これ特殊な担当なんですよ。
うわーかっけー。
これ担当の中でもおそらく作りといって、切っ先がものすごい長い作りなんです。
この刃文がいいですね。
刃文とこの鉄の肌がすごくないですか？
ちゃくちゃ綺麗ですね。
これがまたその YouTube やられてる刀鍛冶で YouTube やられてるホイキット旅団 TV さんっていうチャンネルがあるんですけど、そこの刀鍛冶さんっていう方が作った。見てみますか。
はい。うわ怖え。あしかも重いっすね。
まあ担当でも結構重いですよ。
担当なのにめちゃくちゃ重いですね。でなんか担当とか日本の刀って、その剣界隈の中で一番切れ味が鋭いって言われているって僕は聞いたことあるんですけど、実際どうなんですか？
まあ切れ味は多分
Might be. Thank you for not saying just yes.
これは比較的新しい刀ですけども、例えば500年。
It's good that he didn't just lie out of like country pride and shit. Like they might be.
今作ったかのように残ってるので、
It depends on how well they're sharpened. They could be. Good on you, fella, for not lying. Are they? They could be. Not necessarily, though.
確かにそうですね。
だけど日本人独特のやっぱ美の部分っていうのをすごく大事にしてて、だからこの刃文だったりこの反りだったり、
They're definitely sharp, though. If they're sharp.
この表情がすごくわかるじゃないですか。こういうみんなこう刃文に目が行きがちなんですけど、刃文のこっち側の肌、これ肌って言うんですけど、地金のこの肌もすごい。
すごい。
これが要は火に入れてカンカンカンカン叩いて、その鉄の変化が出てくるわけですよね。折り返し鉄を鍛錬してっていうので、この日本刀の作り方っていうのは周りが硬い鉄で真ん中に柔らかい鉄が入ってるんですよ。
そうなんですね。
そうなんです。それで折らず曲がらずよく切れるっていう。
なるほど。担当だけでもこんだけ威圧感があるってことは。
They will break.
おったまげるって多分。
そうですね。こっちは刀なんで。
And they do bend.
刀の方もお願いします。かっけえ。
もうこれはまあ皆さんよく
They actually bend
オーソドックスな
rather well.
そうですね。
そんなにまあ重くはないかな。
そうですね。やっぱかっけえ。でもなんかもう男の子だね。いくつになってもこういうのを見てかっこいいと思えるっていう。
もう目がキラキラしてますもんね。
いやもう実際もうそうですね。もうちっちゃい頃からずっと好きなんで。この紐はその刀がちゃんと鞘に収まるようにつけてたんですか？
いやこの紐は作業って言って、今だとこう袴にこうつけてこう刀抜けないようにしたりするんですけど。昔は便利紐で使われてたって言われてますね。まあ、例えば罪人とか縛るのに紐がない、ここにあるじゃんみたいな。
なるほど。
で私はこう不用意に抜けないようにここ縛っとくんですよ。危ないので。でこの刀はこのおそらく作りの担当を作った刀鍛冶のお兄さんが作った刀。
Sorry, the reason why I say that they do is one of the channels that I watch is a channel that tests various swords. And of course, they test the katana. And they've tested all sorts of quality katanas from $100 to thousands of dollars. And like blade versus blade. If you test like a katana against like the spring steel hardened blades that a lot of the other swords are made out of, the katanas don't hold up all that well. Because it ain't made out of spring steel.
なるほど。やっぱ違いますね。
このやっぱ鉄の質感が全然やっぱ光り方が違うでしょ。
そうですね。なんか持ってる感覚もなんかなんだろう。こっちの方が真剣な。
They're nice, they're pretty, they do a great job, they're very cool. Overall, good swords.
なるほど。これをね、この後実際に振って着るって思うと。もう武者震いが止まんないです。 なみにこれってその真剣とかって一般の人は購入できないっていうか。
できます。
あ、できるんですか？
もう今日買おうと思えば買って。
Two of a kind? Where?
おいくらですか？
Was that anything?
刀は。
あ、そうなんですね。
はい。安いものから高いものまで。
いやちょっと
ちょっと刀屋さんも私やるので、はい、ありますよ。
じゃあもう固く検討します。
まあ今はほらインターネットでも刀買えるんですけど、やっぱり実際に物を見てから買った方が私は絶対いいと思いますね。でこれは今度私がメインで試し切りに使ってる刀なので、刃文はもう消えてます。さっきみたいに綺麗な刃文はないです。これはちょっと重いですよ。
これは全然重いですね。
これはまた。
でもこれ
There's some problems with that sword too. The bamboo pins are an issue.
切ってるんでもう刃文もないし、当然切ると切れ味落ちるんで研いだ跡とかもちょっと残ってたりするので。
I mean, sure, there's easy to remove for repairs, but a couple good whacks, those fuckers start to compress and break.
襲われるっていうのは。
そうですね。でも
And then your handle gets loose in the middle of a fight.
そうなんですか？いや絶対痛いでしょ。
やっぱりこの私もずっとやってる中でちょっと間違って自分のこと切っちゃったりしたこともある2回ぐらいあるんですけど、わかんないんですよ。最初切れたのが。
もうそれはもう本当に切れ味が鋭くて。
そう。あれなんか血だらけになってる道場みたいな。って見たら結構切れてて、やばいじゃんっつってすぐ病院行って10針縫いました。
結構切られたんですね。
結構やりましたね。まあ恥ずかしいことなんですけど。
いやでもなんかね、今の時代でちょっと刀で切られちゃって病院行かなきゃいけなかったんだねって言った人多分ワーキーさんぐらいですよ本当に。い
やだから人のこと切ると犯罪になっちゃうんで、自分でちょっと切れ味を試してみたいな。
いやそれはそれでサイコパスすぎます。
そうですね。
いいですね。はい、ありがとうございます。
こうやって見ると刀一振り一振り全部表情が違うので、このどうしてもこの頭身に目が行きがちなんですけど、私はこの外装も好きなんですよ。
I'm surprised that guy wasn't kicked. It says he left, but I'm like, I'm surprised that wasn't a kick.
そこもやっぱこだわりたいですよね。
Now that I brushed up my knowledge and cleared up all misconceptions, it was time for me to transform into a real samurai. But first, I had to dress the part, which involved some traditional Japanese attire that I'm sure you've all seen in samurai films and television before. And with a little help from Daddy Watakiri to pull my pants up, it was time to start swinging swords. Or so I thought.
完成。
やった。侍になりました。まだか。
刀がないので。
刀がない。丸腰ですね。
丸腰の。
じゃあ今度は、ここから素振りの練習ですか。
そうですね。その前に準備運動でちょっと撃剣やらないですか。
撃剣ですか。その刀を使うっていうか。
革で巻いた竹を刀に持ってちょっとチャンバラごっこですよ。
じゃあお願いします。
お願いします。私をぶっ殺すという感じで。
はい。じゃあその息でいきます。
お願いします。
お願いします。
どうぞ。はい。じゃあよろしくお願いします。
Now this will be fun. I mean, hopefully he took kendo or something.
いや本物の刀だったら僕多分こうしてます。
これがやっぱ剣道と違うところで、もう生
Yeah.
そうですね。
やり合う。もうこれが切られたらもう終わりなので。
終わりですね。
Yeah. With a sword, you get hit once and you're fucking dead.
隙間がわかんねえ。痛え小指。
Yeah, it's still a stick you're getting hit with.
これはもう俺終わりです。手が。これって基本どこ見てればいいんですか。これ刀。
And that's all you really need too, is just hit him with a sharp end, raising the hand up like that. Oof.
まあそうですね。これって実際例えばこう振りかざすときに、こうやって受け止めるのもありなんですか。
一回やってみますよ。
はい。
あれですよね。でも歯で受けると歯が欠けるんで。
ああなるほど。どういけばいいんだろう。ああはい片腕なくなりました。ツバメ返す。ダメだったか。ああそういやもう叶わないです。
だからやっぱこう間合いが大事ですよね。こういうところから隙があるんで切ればいいんですよ。
いやフェイントはやめてください。一発は入れたい。
Unsurprisingly, I got the absolute shit kicked out of me, but who expected any less, right? Well, with that public humiliation and so-called warm-up out of the way, it was time for me to learn the basic cutting techniques that I would need to master by the end of the day.
こう紐だらってなっちゃうんで、こう親指にかけると、で刀持つとき必ずつばに親指かけないと、こうやって下に向くとこう抜けちゃうんで。
ああ、ストッパーみたいな感じ。
そうです。
はいはいはい。
で、あっつって大体こう掴むんですよ。
ああ、
刀抜けちゃって、
はいはい。
あっつってこう。
Yeah, don't grab the blade.
ここベッって切るんで。
いやー、
そういう人結構何人も見てます。
マジですか。
はい。
じゃあやんないように。
なんで必ず刀持つときはつばをこう親指で押さえて持たないと危険です。
はい。はい。では、模擬刀を手に持ちましたので、ここからはちょっと切り方をね、わらきりさんに教わりたいと思います。はい。お願いします。
お願いします。でまずは武道は礼に始まり礼に終わるっていうので、神棚があるので神棚にまず礼をしてから始めましょう。はい。はい。じゃあ神棚の方を見てください。で30度ぐらいで礼をします。はい。でまた左手に持ち替えてもらって、で立礼は刀をこう自分の目の前、刃を自分の方に向けて、で刀に礼をします。はい。でそこから始めますと。はい。でそしたら刀の抜き方ですね。はい。
Sorry there, fella.
右手でこうつば元持ちます。で上からじゃなくてこう下からですね。そうです。刀を掴む時って拝み手って言ってこう拝むじゃないですか。この手と一緒ですね。あ、そうですそうです。
はいはい。
で左手でつばを押す。そうすると抜けるじゃないですか。はいはい。そしたら鞘を持って左手で鞘をこう後ろにしながら右手で抜いていくと。はいはいはい。で抜けるじゃないですか。はい、収めるのが難しいです。
そうなんですよね。
ちょっと見ててもらっていいですか。はい。ここから右をこっちに引いて左を後ろに引くのを同時にやるんです。こうするとここに刀が落ちるじゃないですか。はいはい。でこのまんま鞘に入れてあげる。
いや指が近い。これまだ模擬刀だから大丈夫だけど、これを真剣でやるの怖すぎるな。
こうまっすぐ引いて。
こうですね。
そうそう。でこれ刀斜めになってるから絶対入んないですよ。はい。こうですよね。
あ、じゃあ結構下からなんですね。
そうでこれ戻してあげると、親指はこのまま。
親指はこうですね。
そうそうそう。はい。抜くのは簡単なんです。はいはい。じゃあその逆をやるだけです。あ、そうそうそう。あ、うまい。
Don't open that hand, man.
じゃあとりあえず第一関門クリア。
クリアで。
よかった。これだけで2時間だったらどうしようと思った。
抜き差しだけで。
抜き差しだけで。
動画にならない。
全然面白くない。はい、じゃあ次は第2関門は何ですか。
はい、じゃあまず真っ向切りをやってみましょう。はい。まあ簡単なのは足を真横に開いて、はい、このまんまこう自分の腰を落とすのと同時にまっすぐ切る。こうですね。でちょっと前傾にならないで、こう姿勢をこうですね。このまんま。そう。あ、いいじゃないですか。
ヒュンって音がいいですね。
The whoosh noise is nice.
そう、刃筋が悪いと今みたいにならないんですよ。でも
なるほど。腕痛くなる。
で今度は毛さ切りしてみますか。毛さ切りっていうのはこのラインですね。
あ、はいはい。
お坊さんの毛さと一緒で、斜めこうですよ。で 左側に振るときは左足を下げる。
はい。
これこっちの足出したまま振ると下手したらこう自分の足切っちゃうんで。
ああ、なるほど。
はい。こっちの足は下げます。
はい。こうですか。
ほら音が鳴んないでしょ。
音は鳴んないですね。
難しいんですよ。
めっちゃ音きれい。
あ、オッケー。
No.
ちょっとあれですね、こう前に体が出ちゃうんで、
もう
前傾姿勢にならないよ
うに。
だから釣りとかやります？
やんないですね。
やんない。野球とかやります？
あ、やりますやります。
野球で例えば打つときにギュッてやんないですよね。構えてるとき。
そうっす。
でボールが来たインパクトの瞬間だけこうギュッて握るじゃないですか。それと一緒で切る瞬間だけのインパクトですよ。そうそうそうそう。はいはいはい。じゃあ今度反対。
You got the whoosh.
右足前にして今度こっちに振ってみましょう。こっちですね。はい。うん、うまい。ああ、上手上手。
なんかこっちの方が音出ます。
すごい、こっちの方がいいですね。
そうですね。左利きなのか
な。次は逆けさ。
逆けさ。
切り上げですね。
こうですね。
はい。
うん、
あ、結構いいですね。はい、次逆は右足が後ろで、はい、今度こっちですね。
The whoosh is.
ここから。
It's kind of nice.
こうですかね。そうそう。お、すごいすごい。で、例えば佐々木小次郎のツバメ返しとかって有名な技があるじゃないですか。あれは今の組み合わせなんですよ。今朝と逆今朝の組み合わせで。
あ、シュンシュン。
そうです。これがツバメ返しです。返すのが結構難しくないですか。
そうですね。ああ、なるほど。なんかめっちゃ勉強になりますね。なんかずっと映像とかで見ると、はい、もうただただ切ってるんでしょって思うんですけど、実際にやってみると
難しい。
めちゃくちゃ難しいですね。これが意外と一番できないかもしれない。
で、大体切った後はしぶりって言って、はい、こう刀に血がつくじゃないですか。はい、それを振り払う動作とかっていうのが。
ああ、もうシュン。
そうです。こっからこう横にピッて振ってもいいし、はい、こっから下にパッと振ってもいいし、いろいろその血振りっていう動作があるんで。
バラキーさん一番好きなのはどっちですか？
俺の流派は結構この大きく血振りするんですけど、こう座って
That would look dangerous.
ここから立ち上がりながら血振りをこういう感じでして、でここからノートをするっていう流れですね。
これじゃあこういう感じ？
あ、そうですそうです。で、ここから鞘を掴んで。あ、
これまた。
すごい。
やった
ー。上手です。
やったーって言ってる侍さんどうなんだ。殺しました。やったー。
やったー。
Having somewhat mastered the basic techniques in the short time given, I felt I was more than ready to do my Japanese heritage proud. I could feel the spirit of the samurai radiating through my body as my distant Japanese ancestors smiled over me in a warm embrace. And with the final approval from my sensei, it was finally time for the real deal. Today, I will turn into a true samurai. はい、じゃあもう外に来たということでね、実際に試し切りをやっていきたいと思います。お願いします。すげえ。なんか意外ともう本当に音もしないんですね。本当になんかもうちょっとなんかザシュみたいな感じの音が出るかと思った。
下手な人が切るとそういう音が出る。
あ、じゃあ多分僕です。僕は
That only happens if you're bad. That'll be me then.
Straight. Yeah, I have to try and do this. Spoilers. It's not gonna happen. Alright.
It can happen. Depends on if your sword's straight. And if you hit it hard and follow through. See? That was pretty good. That was not.
Wow, that's so different. Like, I thought I had it in the dojo. But man. Right.
that. A little bit rough, but not too bad at all. Alright, cool. でもこうちょっと湾曲してるの分かります？そうですね。まっすぐじゃなくて、こうなってるから、これがこう下までまっすぐだといいですよね。そうですね。
As you can see, we have my one right here, and then we have Sensei's one. Mine is really freaking crooked around here. Like, it's not perfectly flat, if you can tell, and that's probably because I'm not like fully cutting in a direct straight line. Whereas if you look at Warakiri-san's, it's just a perfect flat line. So I want to be able to get to that point. Again, you have to remember that the reason why these have been sitting in that big water tub right there is to, one, make it so that the tatami doesn't damage the actual blade. But two, according to Warakiri-san, apparently it makes it feel like you're cutting through flesh. And now that I felt that through my very hands, I can tell you katanas are fucking terrifying because that felt way too goddamn easy. I'm glad I was born in this generation and not 300 years ago.
できるだけ薄く切って、まあ何回ぐらいこの一本の藁で切れるかっていう感じのやってみます。はい。はい。
やっぱり7回ぐらい7回はいいきます押し下げないですもうやめた方がいいかも OK です
最初の1つ2つぐらいは良かったんですけど、狙うと難しいんですよ。そうなんですよね。なんかなるべく上の方を狙っていきたかったんですけど、むずいっすね。難しい。
I think this one's definitely going to be the hardest to replicate because, as you guys saw in the training part, I fucking sucked at this one.
That was a miss, Joey. Crouch a bit. Ooh, that was better.
やった。上手。ありがとうございます。俺よりうまいかも。あ、今なんか今日一綺麗かもしれない。俺のやつは。素晴らしい。ありがとうございます。
Alright, next up, we're gonna do my favorite samurai move, Sasaki Kojiro's Tsubame Gaishi. お願いします。お願いします。かっこいい。
これをじゃ
あ。はい。トライ。Tsubame Gaishi。
ツバメ返せず。
逆下差だけ切ってみましょう。
逆下差だけ。はい。逆下差無事。
このままもう一回ツバメ返し再チャレンジ。はい。欲望が出ると切れなくなるんですよ。
そうですね。虫にならないと。
Alright, take two. That first take definitely didn't count, and Mudan definitely didn't put it in to make me look like an idiot. So, guys.
なんでなんですかね。さっきできたんですけど。
これ見るとわかるんですけど、真横に入ってるでしょ。
ああ、もっと上ですね。
ほら。
はいはいはい。
お。
Hey, he did it.
遅いだな。
そうですね。
もう一回。お。そういう切り方すればいいんだよ最初から。
なるほど。Alright, well, I kinda did it after about 20 different takes. I think the problem was that my center of gravity keeps like going back and forth whenever I'm changing forms. A lot harder than it looks. いきます。それがし。おお。武蔵打ち取ったり。
素晴らしい。
できました。いや気持ちいい。
すごい。
やった。やりました先生。
クリア。
ありがとうございます。
Okay, so for the final one, we have a little bit of an exhibition. You guys saw how much I absolutely was mediocre at cutting this tatami mat. So we're going to get an actual professional, nay, Japan's last samurai, to show us some of the cooler sides of swordplay. sick as fuck, but what about another one? I think Watakiri-san is the one that has the power of God and anime on his side, not me. Okay, Watakiri-san reckons if I try, I'll be able to replicate that. Okay.
No.
Oh, so close. Oh, I failed at that horribly. Okay, this is the final event. If you guys have played Ghost of Tsushima before, then you might have seen this thing right here. There's 5 of them in a row. Can you cut through it?
Yeah.
One swipe. Watakiri-san's gonna show us how it's done.
There you go.
かっけー。やっぱそうですね。叫ばないとダメですね。
まあ気合い入れないとやっぱ
いけない。
力入んない。
He had good blade edge control.
頑張ります。ネクストチャレンジャー、私。いきます。
3.
ダメでした。
怖いからね横に行くんですよ。こうだから下に踏んないとダメです。下に。こう。そうだこの上狙ってさ、ここからこのぐらいのラインで。はいはいはい。
痛え。無事これ。
あじゃあ2本でいこう。2本。
そうですね。まず2本からいきましょう。まただ。圧に負けてますね。
まだ切れる。
はい。
横に振ってるね。
I think my problem is that I'm getting like a little bit, as weird as it is to say because it's just rolls of tatami, I'm getting kind of like scared to cut straight down, and I'm actually ended up cutting more horizontally, which is making it more difficult. Also, it fucking hurts your hand. Like those things are heavy.
ほら、今1本目切ってないか。1本目切ってない。惜しい惜しい惜しい惜しい。
Yeah, that was close.
ちゃんと稽古になってます。
Oh. Turn it back a little bit. Ah, there you go. You made it through 2.
でも抜けてるから大丈夫。
やった。
気持ちいいでしょ。
気持ちいい。やりました。ありがとうございます。Well, thanks to Watakiri-san, I think I have turned into a samurai. 僕侍になりましたか。
Good.
Yeah. Good. You're a samurai.
経験させてもらって本当にありがとうございました。なんかね、もう僕はもう来る前はもう侍はかっこいいものだって思ったんですけど、もうそれがもう100倍にも増しましたね。
まあこう映像で映画とかアニメとか見るよりも自分が体験するのってやっぱり全然違うし、
そうですね。
生で本当の刀を見て触って振ってってやると、もう全然イメージとは全然違いますよね。その簡単にできそうとか。
そうですね。なんかただただ振っているだけじゃなくても本当に細かい動作の組み合わせみたいな感じですごいいい経験しました。
いや良かったです。でも筋は良かったんで、
ありがとうございます。
最初から切れたし、
はい。
すごいですよ。
なんか本当に修行しに行きたいぐらいです。マジで。
もう今日は修行でしたね。
ね、そうですね。
体験というよりも弟子みたいな。
そうですね。いやー、貴重な経験ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Well, I do have to say that that was truly an experience worth living for. I mean, I feel it's an absolute waste to not try something like this at least once in your life because it is, I mean, you know, you guys know I've experienced a lot of things on this channel, meeting all sorts of people, doing all sorts of things, but that was most certainly one of a kind. So again, a big thank you to Watakiri-san for letting me spend a day with him at his dojo. We also actually filmed another video that is up on the second channel right now where we get a modern day Japanese samurai to rate samurais and samurai swords in anime. So if you're interested in that, then make sure to click the link down in the description below.
I might have to head over to the Joey channel.
Japanese side, then I've also done a collab video with Waraki-san as well, which should hopefully be up on his channel. Again, I will leave that down in the description below as well. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll see you all in the next one. Johnny.
Johnny.
Well, I guess I can finally say that I managed to fulfill a lifelong dream of mine, to swing around a real katana and cut some shit up. But in doing so, I also got to learn
That's a lot of people's dream.
cool things about this ancient Japanese art, the subtleties of
Can't tell you how many times as a teenager
history behind it all.
swinging around a ruler.
And dignity one needs to handle
Imagine I was cutting some shit up.
beautiful creations.
Closest thing I have to a katana is a letter opener.
Legends of old say that the night is darkest before the dawn, Sura. And in this horror story, I know. And so, this dreadful vision is just an old woman's dream. Let the waters be peaceful.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
What next? Hey, there's the sword one. That's 10 minutes. It's worth a watch. Now this one's probably in English. I don't know how much he speaks English though. We'll find
Hello
out.
everyone, welcome to the second channel. If you've never been here. If you're coming from the main channel video, then please go and check that out first before checking out this video. You will probably enjoy this video a lot more. Today, with me, I have Waraki Battosai-san. こんにちは。こんにちは。さっき、俺らちょっとね、侍ごっこっていうか、まあ、試しをしましたけど、ワラキーさんはやっぱりそのルロケンに憧れて、で刀を振り回し始めたっていう。
A lot of Japanese in this one, Joey.
はい。まあ言っちゃえばもう本物の侍さんですよ。まあ俺特にね俺と比べたらね、刀とかをまあ知り尽くしているワラキーさんに僕ちょっとまあ疑問がありまして、アニメとかってまあいろんな刀とか剣とかが出てくるじゃないですか。
Excuse me.
キャラの刀一本一本をちょっと査定してもらいたいんですよ。査定っていうか現実でこれ作ってって振り回してたら人は切れるのかっていうのを1から10にランクしてほしいんです。
ランクね。はい、わかりました。
1がもうこれは現実的にある。10はこれは現実的になし。じゃあまずはまあワラキーさんが知ってるであろう、こちら。伊之助の、刀ですね。こういう刀って作れるんですか？
私のチャンネルと、まあ、刀鍛冶さんがいる小池一刀両断 TV っていうチャンネルが実は先日伊之助の刀ができたばっかりなんです。
あ、そうなんですね。はい。じゃあその動画をちょっと入れておきます。試し切りはしたんですか？
試し切りはしてません。無理です。日本刀で切られると切り口が綺麗なので、これは多分例えばノコギリとかで切ったような切り傷になるからこうぐちゃぐちゃになるんですよ。多分引っかかってガガガガガガってこう切る感じなので痛いと思います。切られる方。
じゃあ
普通の刀よりはもう殺傷力抜群っていうか
抜群なので切るっていうよりはこういたぶり殺すみたいな感じですかね。
怖えー。
これはちょっと危険な刀です。とりあえず真ん中の5位ぐらいにしておきましょう。
わかりました。これでいいかどうかわかんないですけど、これサムライチャンプルっていうアニメです。わかります？
いや見たことないですね。
絶対刀好きにはたまんないと思うんですけど、無限っていう主人公ですね、の、刀なんですけど、この刀の特徴は刃が両面にあるんです。実際に両面の刃の刀とかって
ありますあります。剣っていうのは両方に刃がありますし、例えば先の方、反りがあって先の方が両刃になってるのって昔からあるんですよ。
つばの方にもちょっとここ上がってるじゃないですか。サムライチャンプルの中で戦闘シーンでも刀がこう入るじゃないですか。でこの間に受け止める。
それはありです。それだとつばというよりサイってわかります。それっていうのはここで刃を受けるので、それがモデルじゃないかな。
なるほど。
ただ一点持つところが白いじゃないですか。おそらくさっき見たサメ皮あるじゃないですか。あれのまんまだと思うんです。糸が巻いてない状態。
そうですね。確かに。
そのままだと結構痛いんですよ。だから戦ってる間に手の皮がすりむけると思います。だからその部分がちょっと扱いづらそうなんで、その部分だけマイナスかなと思うんですね。4位ぐらいにして。
4位。じゃあ次は刀なのかな。これキルラキルっていうやつなんですけど、マトイリュウコ、主人公の人ですね、のハサミ刀なんです。
これは分類的に日本刀って言っていいものなんですかね。
どうなんですかね。実際ハサミです。
ハサミって片刃なんですよ。刀って両方にこう刃がこうあって、こういうハサミとかってこう片刃厚めのカッターナイフみたいな感じですかね。カッターナイフも結局片刃じゃないですか。多分切るのには切れ味はいいと思うんですけど、こう折れやすいと思います。8位ぐらいにしておきましょう。
8。じゃあ次は、実際刀の部分はあんまり見えないんですけど、こっちですね。これブリーチですね。山本重国の琉金ジャッカですね。普通の刀なんですよ。ただ挽回をするとこういう感じで炎に包まれて切っていく。実際どうなんですかね。
火はつかないですね。もともと刀って焼いて作ってるので、で最後水にジュッて入れて焼きを入れてるんですよ。それをまた焼いちゃうと焼きが戻っちゃって生蔵な刀になっちゃいます。6、7ぐらい。
6、7ぐらい。でも1回挽回したらもう終わりです。
終わりですね。また新しい刀でやんないと。
なるほど。銀玉ってご存知ですか。
名前は知ってます。
じゃあ銀玉の主人公銀時が持っている洞爺湖ですね。
木刀みたいですね。
これ木刀です。木材が宇宙から来たすごい強い木材なんですよ。ストーリーの設定上、木材なんですけど刀のように切れるっていう。今回に関しては木刀を研ぎ澄ましたらどれぐらい強いのかっていう。
木刀をこう鋭利にしない状態であるんですけれども、ここを鋭利にすると、こう割れちゃうんですよね、木が。
その普通の木刀の殺傷能力ってどれぐらいなんですか。
普通に死にます。刀で殺されるよりちょっと嫌かな。
Yeah. I'd kind of agree with that.
そういうもので殴られるのと一緒で、鉄パイプだとかと殴られるのとほぼ変わらないので、それで頭バカーンって殴られて撲殺されたら嫌じゃないですか。
嫌っすね。
2位とか3位ぐらいに行ってもいいんじゃない
意外と強かった。
意外と。
じゃあ次が、ちゃんとした刀に戻りますね。尾花井イグロの日輪刀ですね。ちゃんとしたっていうか、形はなんとなく日本刀なのかなぐらいですけど、
実際これを作ってみた刀鍛冶さんはいますね。切れ味は切れますけど、普通の刀の方が多分切れます。
あとこれどうやって収めるんですか。
収められないですね。
ですよね。
これ両刃じゃないですか。この真ん中の頂点がこうダイヤモンドみたいにこうなりますよね。で要はここの頂点が結構厚くなるんですよ。刃の厚みが薄い方が抜けるじゃないですか。ここが厚いと要はナタみたいな感じですよね。ナタって結構分厚くて頑丈ですけど、あれはなんか叩き割るみたいな感じじゃないですか。伊之助の方が上ですね。これ6ぐらいにしときます。
後で最後全部調整
そうですね。
これも有名な剣です。犬夜叉の鉄砕画です。
これ一番刀っぽくないですか？
ただこれどでかいっす。
長さじゃないんですけれども、幅と重さは普通の刀の倍ぐらいのやつ俺持ってますよ。見ます？
あ、見たいです。
これ鬼包丁っていうんですよ。
でっけえうわ重っ鉄砕画はこれの
長さがもうちょっと長い版ぐらいだと思いますよ。
そうっすね、
はい、
もうちょっと長くてもうちょっとここの幅が広いぐらいです、
これが使えるんで使えます。ただ重いがゆえに、返し技がちょっとこう早くはできない。
じゃあこれはもう1位って言っていいですかね。
3位ぐらいにしときます。扱いづらさもちょっとあるので。
国民的アニメ、ワンピースから。
ワンピースは
ミホークの夜です。
これはね、日本刀っていうよりなんか見た目チャイナソードっぽいような気がするんですよ。扱いはすごくしやすいと思いますけど、ただ刀としては弱いと思うんです。こういう形の剣って薄いんですよ。だから切れ味はものすごくいいんですけども、強度的にはちょっと劣る部分。
Okay, I think I'm gonna cut out. I'm gonna pause and watch the rest of this too. Alright, so I want to thank everybody who stopped by and apologize to those who stopped by and YouTube that I didn't get before I got my tool running. And gotta remember this and use it next time. We'll see if I don't miss anybody that time.